This is Eric Rutan of Cannibal Corpse. You are listening to the Scars and Guitars podcast with Andrew McKay Smith.
G'day, everybody. Well, here it is, the conversation you've all been waiting for. A chat with Sarah Jezebel Deva. She has been the most requested guest by a considerable margin, owing to her pivotal role in the world of Cradle of Filth. Her vocals on Cruelty and the Beast are not just integral to that album's greatness, they are iconic in their own right. Look, the journey with Sarah, it's been ongoing. At times it seemed as though she might have moved on, much like Gian or John, Les and Robin. However, her responses to my messages over the years kept the hope alive that one day she would provide deep insights into her time, not just with Cradle, but Therion as well. But the chat goes beyond that. It wasn't my initial intention for these conversations to become a platform for Cradle members to reveal long-held truths concealed for decades. Nevertheless, that's precisely what the Chronicles of Filth have become. They're an opportunity to strip away the layers of stories and narratives, getting to the heart of the matter, or at the very least, setting the record straight and dispelling falsehoods. So I extend a heartfelt thank you to Sarah for agreeing to share a story, and also to my good mate Jamie, or Astanu, formerly of Dimmu Borgir, for his steadfast support and advocacy. And of course to you, the dedicated listener, your commitment to seeking the truth and your appreciation for the profound insights that Sarah and the other Cradle of Filth members have shared, or Sarah's about to share, is sincerely appreciated. All right, are you ready? Here she is, Sarah Jezebel Deva.
Right, so you ask what you want. You go as deep, you do what you want to do. Basically what I'll do is I might turn around to you and say, can you stop recording, just to give me a moment to think about how I want to phrase it, if that makes sense. I'm the kind of person that says it how I see it.
Yeah, you tell the truth. I know that. I've read your Instagram posts.
I try not to lie. And although the things that come out of my mouth and that I write down, there's a lot of emotion attached to that. But you ask what you want, and you just start with whatever stage you want to start at, because not only have I had, obviously, you ask me several times, and I apologise that I haven't taken you up and I might have mucked you about.
No
but
dramas
I've also
whatsoever.
had a lot of fans say to me I should do it. I've also had Jamie and also Astanu and a few others say you really should do it. So you start from whatever era. If you don't want to talk about a specific band, whatever you want to do, it's your show. I just like to try not to be arrested for slander, please. Mind you, it's only slander if it's not true, right? So
correct. You just tell the truth. If you tell the truth, there's no dramas. It's just as you remember things happening, and that's okay. If the details are foggy, then the details are foggy.
But I can guarantee you, without even listening to some of your podcasts, the truth is not told. Or half, because you can't tell the truth. But, we'll see. See where it goes.
All right, okay. So the thing about Cradle of Filth is that there's no doubt Danny is the brains of the band. No question about that at all. But he isn't the heart and soul. That belongs to a handful of people. Nick, Stu, Les, Paula Lender, and you are one of the integral members that forms the heart and soul of the outfit. And the reason I say that is because you are all responsible in your own way for setting, and here's the key point, the tone of the band, particularly your voice. Now, I was just speaking to James McElroy the other day, fantastic fellow. And we were talking about you, because you always come up in these conversations, and it's you. And I've got to say, it's almost always, I can't remember anybody saying anything negative, by the way. But James had formed a view which was similar to mine. We agreed on a lot of topics and a lot of points. But that Essex accent that you've got, that full-on English accent that you've got, it set the band apart straight away, very early on at a time when things were just breaking out into the open. And then, of course, Cruelty and the Beast came out and it changed the game pretty much for all black metal bands. But for you, do you agree with what I've said, and what are your dominant feelings when you look back on the whole thing?
So there's a common misconception that I did all the narration. I did not do all of the narration. That was Danielle. And it's really funny because obviously at some point I took on the narration, and live I obviously did the narration. But I remember Danny, I said to Danny, like, obviously, you know, I started very young. I was still in college, actually. So I was about 16 and I met Danny and Paul in a flat, an apartment in Manor Park. And I remember Danny saying, like, at some point, not long after that someone else would be doing the narration. And I was a bit confused why. And he's like, because you're Cockney. And he's like, you know, he was like, I didn't have the accent that I suppose he and others might have been looking for. Obviously, it's an act. You play a part. So if I want to speak like I'm from London, I will. If I want to speak properly, as I say, you play the part and it's an act. So I was a little bit gutted that I never got to do the narration, but that was their view. And that's fine. That's absolutely fine. So what was the original question? I just wanted to clear that up.
Yeah, no, I get that. I have questions for you about Andrea and Danielle's role, but I just wanted to make the point because older fans, people like myself, and there's a lot out there because I'm communicating with a lot of people communicating with me, but you were one of the 5 members of the band that are considered the heart and soul of the group, and I just wanted to know what your thoughts were on that. Well,
that was never known to me. That was never made clear to me that I was important. So I suppose this is where we go deep into the very, very beginning. You know, the first time I met them as an entire band, I was in Colchester, and obviously I'm not going to mention names, and it is funny, but it wasn't funny at the time. One of the members turned around to me and went, yeah, you never know, you might make some money, enough for you to get your bus fare home. Now, as adults, you can laugh about that. But when you're 16 years old and you're in a room full of men that you don't know, it's very intimidating and it's actually very offensive. You know, I was very young, very immature. I'm not saying necessarily in my behaviour, but I knew nothing about the music scene. I was in a punk band at the time. And all I knew is that I wanted to sing. That's all I wanted to do. I wanted to sing, and this was a chance for me to sing. I didn't know how I was going to sing. That was up to Danny and whoever to decide how they wanted me to sing. But I can assure you that from day one, I was never made to feel I was part of that group, of a family of any sorts. They were older than me. I can tell you that categorically, Danny was the one that always made me feel welcome. And no one can deny that. He was always respectful. And he was one of the very, very few who actually was kind and respectful. I don't know, that might surprise you to hear, but it's true. It's true. If I go back so many years and I think of all the things that have been said to me by members, there's lots of things that stick out. he's never put me down. He's never made me feel inadequate, really. There's times I've thought, well, why can't I be on your band T-shirt? And as it's come to light, but what eventually I think I had more of a ground to stand on because I'd been part of that music for so long. So I'd at some point I'd decided, I'm just going to turn up and I'm going to be there, and Dan can either tell me to go away or not. But I know that a lot of the direction didn't come from him. I don't know how to word that properly without it being misunderstood. I now believe, with all the decisions had been made over the years that affected me and hurt me, I do not believe Dan was even 90% responsible. I think it came from other areas. And again, that might shock you, that might shock people to hear, because let's face it, all the crap is thrown at one person. Yeah, so when you say I'm an integral part, never, ever have I felt that. It's the fans that made me feel like that, actually, and the bands that approached me whilst being in the band that made me feel worth it and made me feel like I was doing something right. But the way I was spoken to, the way I was treated by some of those band members who, funnily enough, have children now, well, they wouldn't allow their children to be spoken to like that. So
I'm going to play devil's advocate, okay, because I think we need to do this. Are you talking about Stuart and Nick?
I am not going to mention any names, but I will talk further on and I will tell you, if you ask, some of the treatment, but I cannot name names. I know that could be what you would like me to do or what other people would like me to do. I've said a lot over the years and it's all come from the heart. It's all firmly embedded in my head how it should have been and how it was and how it wasn't, you know. So I can answer things. I don't want to name names, but Danny I'll happily mention, because I feel now more than ever he's got the blame for so much, and I don't think that's how it should be. And it might sound like I'm backtracking, but maybe I am. Cool.
No, you're not at all. But he's the sole member, and there's been over. It's you couldn't calculate how many members have come in and out of the fold, but in terms of credited band members, it's well over 30 at this point. I'm talking about credited band members on albums, so guitarists, keyboard players, drummers, this sort of thing. And then, of course, there's all the other musicians that add the special sauce, so to speak. So have you got an opinion on why the band really is the one band that turns over more than anybody else that has an enduring career? And that's the key point.
Okay, so this is my opinion. Doesn't mean it's fact. I think money and greed and jealousy and potentially one person being favoured over others. So let me make myself clear. When you're a lead singer, you are the first one to be attacked. You are the first one who's going to be held accountable for the way everything else is going. Okay? And the lead singer is always at the forefront. They're always going to be the ones that the press are going to want to talk to, that the record companies are going to deal with. You know, I've been out of the loop for a very long time, but I hear everything. I know what's been going on in a lot of areas that I've now come to a point where I don't want to know what's going on, because I've been angry and upset for so long that I don't want to feel like that anymore, especially after, obviously, John Kennedy passing away the other day. And it's just woken me up a little bit. But, okay, everyone's going to have an opinion. You also have to bear in mind that I have never been there when decisions have been made. I've never been contracted, but what I have heard is all the sniping and backstabbing. And with one person in particular that was in the band whilst I was there, I would always say to him, why don't you just get off your ass and say it to his face? Oh, too much trouble, we won't listen. Well, okay, I don't think Danny was the best listener. And I don't mean that in a bad way. There's times me and him had talked, and I think Dan had the attention span of a fish sometimes. But this person would be like, oh, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. And I'm like, just go and talk. Just talk. That's all you've got to do. So, yeah, it became a very hateful environment. And if anyone says it wasn't, that's a lie. It was very poisonous. It was very vindictive. The stuff that would get said was never to anyone's face. It would take a lot to say something to someone's face. And towards the end, that's what I started doing. I started speaking up for myself and saying what I thought. And it didn't go down well because nobody likes the truth. So, I can't speak for any member. I really, really can't. But I do know that communication or lack of it plays a big, big part. And I do think there was a lot of jealousy.
Stuart's talked about John White ending him, and you were in the band when both of those guys were present as well. So I know I'm going to be sensitive to it. Don't worry, I'm not going to say you're talking about John or what have you. But did you witness any of that?
What, John, as in John Kennedy?
No, John, Gian, John Pyrus. Yeah,
did I witness anything?
Stuart's on record with this stuff. I'm talking about stuff that's been out now there for 6 or 7 years or so, because that's how long. Yeah.
Again, I can categorically say there was a lot of bullying going on. A hell of a lot of bullying. Putting people down, belittling people, making them feel bad about themselves, ripping them apart. And that came from a few areas. And again, was not Dan. Never was that Dan that I saw.
Okay, what did Dan do, though, to smooth the waters when these things were going on?
I don't know. I can't comment on that. Dan had spoke to me. We had an okay relationship, friendship. I probably thought a lot more of him than what he thought of me. Although, funnily enough, I had been accused of fancying him, which is very funny. It's just me and Dan could talk, but as deep as he would allow it to go, Yeah. I would tell him very personal things, which I don't think he was comfortable hearing, things about my past. So as I say, what would Dan do? I don't know. I would say talk to management. But going back that far, obviously Faye was in at a certain point. I was
going to say, what did Faye do about it then? I mean, she must have known what was going on. Probably
did. My first tour that I did was the Rape and Ruin of Europe. Mm-hmm. And she came out towards the end and she offered to bring me home because of everything that was going on, because of how I was being treated. So she knew. But let's be frank. Actually, don't be frank. Right? There's money involved.
Yeah.
So are you going to turn a blind eye? Are you going to smooth things over, or are you going to get rid of that person? Faye's a manager. I don't know. I can't tell you. People leave, but a lot of people didn't leave. It was more the other way around. People had enough. People walked away. people stuck it out till the end, but a lot of the people in the beginning were bullies. So I don't know if any of this makes sense. So
it does make sense, because I've read your Instagram posts and I've spoken to many of the members, as you're probably aware. But that's why I'm inclined to mention what Greg told me, which is that you're an Amazonian and you were fearless and you could stand on your own 2 feet. So it's not that this is coming as a surprise or what have you, but it's sad to hear.
Who could stand on their own 2 feet?
You
Me?
you were a very capable person.
Well, I've not listened to any of the interviews, but I've listened to some of Nick's, and I found myself agreeing with a lot of what he said. See, me and Nick did clash. Again, I was a young girl. He was older. I was probably seen as a hindrance, you know. He didn't speak to me very well. He really, really didn't. But I also understand Nick, and yeah, I have a lot of good feelings towards Nick, which is very bizarre because I didn't back then. And I do care. I definitely do. And some of the things he did actually helped me grow some balls, if I'm honest. But my treatment was still disgusting from a few people. So Greg, me and Greg rarely talked on tour. We didn't have anything in common. That's not being rude. He's very intelligent. My God, he's very intelligent.
Yeah.
It's like I don't know, I'm not even going to compare. He was too much for me. He's just too intelligent.
He's a Minster, for York Minster. That's where he works at the moment. I mean, he's a curator and he's a holder of knowledge. Yeah. He's
extremely talented, and he is a lovely guy. And it wasn't until he left the band that we had a friendship. I haven't seen him in years now, but did he ever treat me bad? No, we just didn't talk. He didn't really talk to me. If we want to talk about Robin, again, didn't talk much, but he was there for me at some crucial points in my career. Like when I did Covenant, I was told that if I worked for any other band, that I would not work for Cradle of Filth again. And I decided to bite the bullet, and I was afraid, did not want to lose Cradle of Filth, because even though how I'd been treated, it still meant a lot to me, and I was still very young. I phoned Rob up from Germany, and I took your advice and I'm here. And he went, good. He said, you don't let anybody tell you what to do. And I did it. I haven't seen him in years. I was gutted when he left, finally, you know.
But do you know why he left? Because that's what I can't get a definitive answer on.
He had had enough. He left. You got to bear in mind that people are going to listen to this and they're going to go, again, it's my opinion, but I can only go by what he said to me towards the end. And I believe we were in Australia, and it was in the airport, and we were walking down the corridor, and he said, I've had enough, I'm gone. And I'd be the kind of person that would beg someone not to go, you know. I was very gutted when he left. And you know what? He went. I can't remember at what point he went, but I'm sure it was after that Australian-Japan stint that we did. Now, again, I can't sit here and tell you, some of it's memory, but I can't sit here and tell you, you know, why he'd had enough. But I could say it wasn't just about a lead singer. It is about everything else that's going on, management, record companies. It all comes with a load of crap, doesn't it? So that's all I can really say about Rob. But, you know, so other people, you know, obviously we've touched on Stuart.
Can you tell me any more about your relationship with him? Like, did you?
He treated me like something he had stepped in. Okay. If ever there is anybody that I could pick out from the scene that I'd worked with who made me feel like I was the biggest piece of shit they'd stepped in, it was him. Okay. He would put me down. He would, yeah.
Is it a personality clash, or do you think it was just?
No, it was.
Like
no. A lot of the things I've come across when I was younger was you're a girl, you're nothing. Music is for us men. We're the ones writing it. You're just here to tag along. You know, I'd had, and again from very few people, and again I'm going to say, not Dan. He was always respectful of women in my eyes. Okay, he wasn't the type of guy to sit there and go, "Oh, get your tits out." That came from other people. I was treated like, I don't know, like a piece of meat, spoken to like shit, and made to feel like I was way below them.
Did they treat Danielle and Andrew?
No, because Danielle wasn't. Because Danielle wasn't part of it like I was. There was no relationship there at all, none at all. She would literally just turn up at the studio. She didn't like some things. She didn't like the way certain people were. We'd had lots of conversations about that, and one of them was sexism. It really was. I know that a comment was made to her. Someone came on to her, and because she refused, he said, "What, are you, a fucking lesbian or something?" You know? I remember that, and that's actually one of the last times she worked for them. And again, I will tell you, it's not the person who has all the shit thrown at them, because he was so respectful and he never really felt comfortable about some of the comments that would come out, joking or not, you know. It came from somebody else.
Look, I just want to... The issue with Danny has come from Stuart and Nick. Nick in particular, who wanted himself, Les, and Stuart to leave he looks back in retrospect and thinks that they should have left as a block because there's a financial issue. And I can tell you another member spoke to me about the same thing, but I can't share who that is.
Yeah,
for the
no,
people
that's
listening.
fine.
You will know who that is. But that was about Danny. That's the feedback, and that's a matter of public record there. Okay, so that, just to be clear about what the issue was with Danny from the band members, the ones that you were in the band with, that is the feedback. That is the commentary. It was also, what did Stu say? He said he was a fucking prick with me, but he didn't close the door in 2017 on not having a relationship with him again. But Nick, I got the feeling, was just angry. He's very upset by it all. And I got to know Nick a little bit too, so I got more context after the fact as well. But
there's a lot of anger. There is a lot of anger.
Yeah.
But
can you understand why they'd want to go on record?
Do you know what? Yeah, I can. But people also need to realise every action has a consequence. Okay? And a lot of people, how do I word it? Sometimes people are very, very difficult to work with. And when it comes to the money, I really can't comment on that.
Do you feel you were fairly and reasonably compensated for your time in the band?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, do you know what? I think Dan had my back more than I give him credit for. And it's not, again, until John Kennedy passed away that I've been communicating with a few people, and I've just thought, wow, are we letting anger and hurt egos control what we're saying and how we're acting? I'd like to think I don't have an ego at all. I really don't. I'm not perfect, but don't have an ego, I don't think. But yeah.
You have incredible talent, though, and that's the point about you being a member of the band that is one of the heart and the soul. But I want to. You've mentioned John a couple of times now, and I read Danny's tribute to John, and I'm going to read part of it out to you. John is a great bassist and singer who filled in for Cradle at a time of such magical import, mayhem and mischief. Now, John actually recorded bass on the original Sin version of The Dusk and Her Embrace. Of course, God, I'm talking to you were a big part of it. Two versions, the one that was recorded beforehand, the Cocophonus version. Okay. What does he mean by filled in? Because my understanding is that he was a member of the group.
I can't comment. I don't think he was. I think he literally did fill in. I don't know what the relationship was, because, again, you've got to bear in mind, I'm 46. We're going back 30 odd years. I don't know. I believe that the relationship didn't end well. But then you've got a group of people, as I say, not just band, you've got outside influence as well. And people do like to stir the pot, if that makes sense. They do. I believe it didn't end well. I believe that however that ended carried on through Cradle and Therion's career. And I think that's unfair. Can we turn around and go, again, it was all one person's fault? No. I think the press had a part to play. Most definitely comparing the bands, comparing the voices, naming one band as a rip-off, But
didn't John
to
teach
my knowledge,
Danny? So sorry to interrupt, but there's so much stuff coming through, and I apologise if I do this, but it's just Didn't John teach Danny the Banshee Shriek? Is that true?
I've no clue. I can't comment on that. Again, if he did, fantastic. If he didn't, he didn't. I cannot give an opinion. All I know is that when I did the first album, as in my first recording, Danny was singing like that. John might have given him some advice. And Chinese whispers. Yeah. So it could have been John gave him a bit of advice. And then suddenly it's down years down the line, it's John taught Dan how to sing.
I'm trying to get to I was talking to John too. It's so sad because we were talking about doing this, and then it went really quiet. So I'm not even going to speculate on why he passed away, but I really hope he didn't suffer through that.
Well, obviously it's all very fresh because it only happened the other day. I'm still in contact with a lot of people who are extremely, extremely heartbroken by it. And again, it's all very fresh, and his wife, I guess, will let people know. But yeah, hopefully he didn't.
Yeah. Yeah. Look, that rivalry with John and Danny, though, that in its own way, I understand is responsible for the reason why Cruelty ended up having the issues it did. Now, let me explain. I understand that Danny didn't want to use Andy Sneap, which some of the band members wanted to use because he'd worked with Hecate and Throne. I used to say Hecate and Throne, but Hecate and Throne.
I say Hecate and Throne, yeah.
And management didn't want Pete Tagtron. Now, they're the two most obvious people that I can't even begin to imagine what Cruelty would have sounded like with either Andy or Pete, but anyway. And Jan Peter Jenkel got the job, and he's done a little bit of work, but nowhere near what these other two guys had done up to that point. And we all know what happened next. And I've even gone as far as speaking to Chris from Therion, who I know you know really well, about Jan, and he wasn't unfavorable. He wasn't unfavorable at all in his comments, and he gave me some other context around what he thought happened. But he certainly didn't say that Jan was hopeless and didn't know what he's doing. So, can you Do you remember that aspect? I mean, you were.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I do.
Yeah.
It's really funny. I did about 24 hours, and I'm not talking about, like one day. I was singing for about 24 hours, not straight, but over a period of time. And I worked my arse off, right? And Dan was there for a lot of it. And he was very praising, very encouraging. And when the album was mixed, I was round Danny's house, and I think Dan was in the kitchen, and Tony put it on, and she played it, and I walked out halfway through, and I was upset. I was really, really upset. I was crying. I was so gutted. I'd been turned down so much that it sounded like I had my head in the toilet. It was horrible. And I was thinking, I didn't sing like that. The way my vocals were mixed was not that of a professional producer. I walked out, and I walked across the road, and Nick lived around the corner, and Nick had just come out of his flat, and we were crossing paths, and he went, "Have you heard the album?"
Yeah.
And I went, "Yeah." And he went, "It's fucking bullshit."
He's devastated.
He was so angry, and I don't blame him. It sounded like typewriter. To me, that's how I describe his drums on that album, like a typewriter. And you know what? I thought, this is our hard work in the hands of someone who clearly didn't give a shit, did not understand the music. And that's with us forever. Okay? That album out there, it's there forever. I'd sit there and I'd try and play people bits. Oh, this is me here. You've got to listen really, really hard. Don't breathe, because your breath might actually be louder than what you're hearing from me. It was just appalling. And I feel that one person was favoured on that album. And I was always led to believe that that one person was the one that was in control of how that album turned out. I don't know if I believe that. I believe that obviously there could be management, there could be, I don't know if record company played a part, but I do believe that there was someone else in that band that had a big part to play when it comes to the mix of that album. But I'm only surmising, I spent a long time blaming Dan, if I'm honest. Spent a long time blaming Dan.
He blames Nick, though, and Nick's told me directly he did not want the drums to sound like that. But even as recently as a couple of months ago, there was something that was reported in Blabbermouth where he was talking about the album sounding that way because of Nick. So is it just a case of everybody's right, but everybody's got their own opinion on it, and that's the truth of the matter?
Could be. Of course, we're all going to have our opinions, but as I say, a lot of people won't admit the truth, and their part that they played during the recordings, during mixing, during tours. People have short memories. People have very, very short memories. Okay? I don't. I really, really don't. But yeah, you could be right in saying that. But if someone's very forceful in their personality and their body language, then those who aren't as strong, who are deemed weaker, they kind of buckle under the pressure. Does that make sense?
It does. And what's your view on the remistressing, Danny called it?
Haven't heard it. I don't want to hear it. It hurt a lot. It really did. It hurt a lot.
Do you think you should have been asked, though, given your contribution was, and you're right, it's buried, do you think you should have been asked, what can we do here to bring your contribution forward and to be more prominent the way you intended?
If you talk about the right thing to do, There may be. But who am I to those much higher up? I'm a nobody. No matter what you say, no matter what fans say, I'm a nobody. Someone high up are going to go, do you know what? Let's talk to Sarah and see what she thinks. No one's going to do that. No one cares. It's hard. That is the harsh reality. No one gives a damn. It's about album sales, making money, and that's it. And I'm not saying that is the view of somebody else. You know, I don't think that always the artist has the freedom that they'd like to have and the say that they would like to have. Again, I don't know if it makes sense. I know what I'm trying to say. I think, you know, Dan wants the best for that band. I've never doubted otherwise. He wants that band to be successful, and people are going to clash. I'd like to think that these days it's a hell of a lot calmer atmosphere, you know, that there's less or no bullying going on at all.
Can you understand why when Les left that he made a comment and said, what does Danny expect? Is he turning this, I'm paraphrasing, the band is now becoming Danny and the Filth. Can you identify with what he's saying at all or understand where he's coming from?
I think if you asked me 8 years ago how I feel, how I felt, I would agree. But again, I go back, they all had a part to play. And what came out of their mouths, they are responsible for. And their actions, they are responsible for. And the consequences. And this is not aimed at Les by any means. A lot of the people that we hail as heroes are very, very far from it. Musical heroes may be. But, you know, you read things like this person, they're great. Example. They love their wife, they love their family, they save cats, they're fantastic. They deserve this. And I think, I sit back and I think, oh my God, you really don't know this person at all, because that's not how they act behind closed doors. I don't think, I've never, ever set out to hurt anybody, ever. That's why I kept my mouth shut for so long. Yet I was called gobby, not to be trusted, big mouth. And yet it's really funny because I kept my mouth closed. And that's why a lot of them weren't exposed. Well, when I say exposed, like, it's very easy for me to name a name to you and name times of how they treated me. I kept my mouth closed. That's why I was probably in Cradle so long, because I allowed myself to be treated like crap. Moving away from something, I told somebody something yesterday that I'd never actually told anybody. There was an incident on the bus with someone where I was drunk. It was a festival, and a person on that bus tried to get me to do stuff. And I've become a bit bitter about that. I pushed it to the back of my mind. And I think now, what a pig. Because I'm sure you have children. And if someone tried to do this, I don't know if they actually have a daughter. If someone tried to do this to your daughter, you'd go crazy. Why is it okay to do that to somebody else's daughter? Does that make sense? And I kept my mouth closed. I never told Dan. because I feel that if I'd have told Dan, I feel that, how can I put this? I don't think I would have stayed in Cradle, because I think Dan would have had to have made a choice between a backing singer and a music contributor. And I think it would have been a choice that he wouldn't have wanted to make, no matter how he felt about what I told him. Does this make sense? And I kept my mouth closed for so long. And I'm not going to name the person. And it wasn't, don't get me wrong, it wasn't horrendous, but it's how they viewed me and how they valued me. Yeah, and how they valued me. It was whacking. I remember it was whacking. Because, it's whacking. I'm positive. But yeah, how they viewed me, how they treated me, how they spoke to me. And then when I was drunk, decided, well, do you know what? I'll see how far I can push this. And again, I kept my mouth closed because all I wanted to do was sing. That's all I wanted to do. I wanted to be part of something, and I wanted to make something of myself, you know? So, yeah, some people aren't held accountable for their actions, and they go through their life never being held accountable for their actions. Don't know if any of that makes sense.
What was your relationship like with Paul Allender?
Yeah, it was all right. It was all right. Although, sadly, years down the line, I found out that a lot of the stuff that I blamed Danny for was actually him. So that's all I'll say with that. Amazing guitarist. We had some good times. I don't think he ever had my back.
I know you're good mates with. I'll ask the question: are you good mates with Lindsay?
Yeah, I am. She woke me up, as I put it.
Okay, there you go. Yeah.
Yes, we have.
Yeah.
If you're going to ask, have we compared notes?
Yes. Yep.
Yes, we have. In detail, great detail. And
two very different eras, though. Yeah, and what you can divulge, is her story somewhat similar, or?
I said to her, if you had been in that band in the early days, you wouldn't have survived a second. I allowed myself to be treated like crap. I really did. If I'd have walked away, then although, you know, Covenant came on quite early and followed by Therion and Mortis, you're only as relevant as the band you're in, okay? Let's
so true.
Put it that way, okay? People forget what you contributed. If they can't name drop you because there's no band to back it up, you're not worth name dropping, you're not worth talking about. So to me, and it doesn't bother me at all, I'm not relevant. I do what I continue to do because I love it. But obviously my son comes first and family life. But Lindsay had tried to reach out to me a few times, and I openly said I didn't want anything to do with anybody in that band, even though most of the people weren't in there anymore. I had a lot of anger. I had a lot of emotional anger. I felt betrayed. I felt treated like crap. When I went, the only person that stayed in touch with me was Dave Pybus, you know, and we're still friends. But yeah, finally, you know, I got back to her and we talked, and let's just say we understood each other, and she helped me. She made me realise that I should be singing again. That's the best I can say. I mean, I don't know if Lindsay's done Scars and Guitars, but
I've spoken to her on when she was in the band, and of course, it's a different, very, very different conversation you have with someone when they're into when they're out. They're night and day, and what I can say to you is that I've heard through the grapevine that she's got a story to tell. Okay,
Oh, yeah, she does. Yeah.
Yeah. So I know that because people close to it have told me, hey, you need to get Lindsay on, and I will, but you are, excuse the expression, but you are the biggest fish of them all. And I wanted to make sure that I had you on first.
I don't think, so with talking as a whole, I said, and I still stand by it, no one will ever tell you 100% of the truth because you just can't. You know, just like the situation I just described to you about what happened on the tour bus. I can't tell you who it was. I can't tell you how I feel about it now. The ill feeling I have towards that person, no one can ever tell you 100% of the truth. And also you have to admit there's a lot of, as I said, a lot of ill feeling, past members. And most of them, there might be one or two people talking to each other, but we're not all one big happy ex-Cradle of Filth family. You know, there's still a lot of blame out there. But I don't think
are you
Lindsay
saying,
will tell you the truth.
Oh, yeah. Well, but that's why I like to. Richard told me point blank he wouldn't come on the show again, and I'd spoken to him when he was in Cradle of Filth, and he didn't hint at too much. He did a very. I'm not trying to throw these guys under the bus, but they didn't understand his relevance. This other podcast, but they had like a panel of people asking him questions, and they didn't have the depth of knowledge required to actually. He was trying to tell his story the same way you are, and they were trying to make light of it. There's nothing here to make light of. This is pretty serious stuff. And I felt like that was the opportunity there that was missed. So he's told me point blank, because I asked him and I said, do you want to come on the show and we'll talk about things? And the same situation is what I offer everybody, which is that it either goes out there, in a way that you want it to go out there. It's not up to me. We share it the way you want it to be shared. But I just want to go back onto a point, if we've got a moment, just quickly. When you talk about the truth can't be told, are you saying that that's because of human nature or just the dynamic in Cradle of Filth?
Oh, I think human nature. People don't like the truth. But then is the truth opinion or fact? Okay? So how I tell my story is a mix of both. There is truth. I wouldn't lie. I've had to lie. I've had to lie so much. Loads of people have had to lie. And no matter where you are, you have to lie. You can never 100% tell the truth, whether you're at work or whatever. You go into a restaurant and you order some food and there's something in your food that's a bit dodgy. And you're like, what the hell is that? And then the waitress comes up and goes, how's your food? And you go, yeah, it was fantastic, thank you. You don't want to offend people, even though you've been offended. You know, it's a mixture of both for me. A lot of mine was all truth, but a lot of emotion in there. And that's probably where I went wrong. See, I think Danny's got where he is because he's had to be a little bit ruthless. You know, he started that band. It's his baby. You know, I believe there's so many decisions he's had to make that he's not been happy to make. And I think there'd be the decisions that he's been probably pushed into where people have not agreed with him, or, you know, I don't know, we talk so much about Danny, but I'm kind of glad, really, because, again, we go back to John as well. Since John passing, it's made me reevaluate some things, you know, of how, do you know, we're all dying, like, you know, everyone in general, you know. Yeah. You turn on the TV or you go on the internet and someone you admired or worked with has died, and you think, I never got to say what I wanted to say. And to me, you know, I feel after conversations that I've had, although I don't go back on anything I've said, I think emotion has made those words come out the way they shouldn't have. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And I think with Dan, he's a lot more, he's a lot more intelligent anyway. But Dan's very, very careful on what he says. Whereas me, I'm a bit more kind of, well, let's just go for it. Let's just tell the truth or say what I want to say and hope it doesn't bite me in the arse. People don't like to hear the truth. They want to think that everyone that they admire is fantastic and they go around saving cats, as I said, that there's not a bad bone in their body. But as I say, what they do behind closed doors is completely different to the image they portray in the press or to their fans, I say to you now that I really do believe now that Dan has had too much blame placed on him because it takes two to tango. It really does. Someone like that couldn't, he's a very intelligent guy. Very, very intelligent. I know now, after conversations that I've had throughout the years, that it's not all Dan. And I also believe that some of the things he's had to do has come across as nasty and ruthless and backstabbing. But knowing his personality, he was never the kind of guy to sit there and slag people off. Never. That wasn't his style. He was respectful to people and about people. Just unfortunately, the one thing that really did go against him was the drinking, which you all get pulled into, and the kickoffs that came with that. And I think that's one of the biggest things that went against him. He's a businessman, just like all the other people out there. Bands become businesses, don't they?
That's exactly what they are.
Yeah, that's exactly what they are. And if people turn and go, "Oh, you only in it for the money," no, that's crap. You wouldn't go and work in McDonald's for free, would you?
What's a
You wouldn't
juvenile
go and become a doctor.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's a juvenile
Why
perspective.
not?
Yeah.
What is wrong with them making some money? But
Well, you want musicians to make money so that they can continue to make music. That's the
Yeah.
point.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they
Yeah.
do go to a job at McDonald's or in the workshop or whatever.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got families to support. They've got bills to pay, just like everybody.
All right. Okay. So we've really discussed what I feel. I listened back. Okay. And I think we've got to the bottom of how you feel about everything. Okay. Which isn't so much mixed at all. I mean, you don't feel great about people's actions and the consequences of bullying either. And if you had your time over again, if you could go back and tell yourself when you were that 16-year-old and you could give yourself a piece of advice, what would it be?
Take the emotion out of it and treat it like a business. And I think that's the difference. So when I attempted to go solo, which failed miserably until I met Danabella, who co-wrote oh God, my brain, The Corruption of Mercy.
Okay.
And other people contributed, of course. It wasn't until I started touring that I realised to try and make it a success, I had to be a little bit ruthless. And I had to make decisions that I didn't want to make, which might have come across harsh. And I put myself in other lead singers' shoes, whether it be Chris from Therion, whether it be Mortis, Danny, and there's some decisions I had to make that I didn't want to make. There's some kickoffs that I didn't want to have, that I had to have, Like, for example, when you turn up on the first day of tour, the shirts arrive a bit late and then it's 95%, 90% white. And the colour is so saturated, like, well, white, there's just white everywhere, that they're completely unsaleable. The print company go, oh, okay, looks nothing like the picture. Let's send it out anyway.
Yeah.
You know, and then you just have to kick off and then make a phone call to that company and a phone call to a manager. And why? You know, there seems to be a lot of common sense missing when you're running a band. And I learnt that. And then I put myself in those people's shoes. And I thought, sometimes we have to make choices that are going to be very unfavourable. And you have to take that chance. You just have to do it, go for it, and hope that it doesn't blow up in your face. So I saw things from a different perspective when I was doing my solo stuff. It didn't make me less angry, though. I've carried this anger for quite a long time because I see a few people succeeding that I don't believe should be succeeding because I know different. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does, yeah. But let's talk about Chris. I like the guy. I've spoken to him a couple of times, more than that actually, and he's really impressed me. Chris from Therion I'm talking about now, sorry, I should point out. He lives in Malta these days. He's an astute businessman. I know he's used to import cars, Russian-made four-wheel drives into Sweden. So
doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, no, he's got such a he's just got high business acumen. There you go. But he's a nice fella too. Was that your impression?
Yeah. He obviously was a bit ruthless, a businessman, knows what he wants, and definitely an expert. You have to, again, bear in mind when I started Therion. See, okay, let's just go back really, really slightly. I have Cradle of Filth, or should I say the music I've done, and Danny to thank for me getting work. If Dan hadn't have taken me on, well, Dan and Paul, I wouldn't have had an example of what I was capable of to show other people. So when I, you know, how all this happened with me working with Mortis and Therion was I met someone who was, what were they doing? I think they might have been in Dimmu Borgir for a short stint, and they put me in contact with Christopher. And because I'd heard Telly, I don't know how Chris wants to pronounce it, the correct saying.
Yeah, Telly, same thing. Yep. Whatever it is, we know the album. Great one.
Me and my friend Marcia, we were at a gig. It was, what was it? I don't know. Something. There used to be a guy called Mike who ran a place called the Devil's Church in London. And it's where a lot of the black metal bands used to play. And he used to, he was brilliant. We were around his place one night, and he put that album on, that Therion album. And we were listening, and Marcia said to me, wouldn't it be great if you could sing for this band? And I was like, hell yeah. This was full on operatic stuff, you know, to metal, which obviously I'd done this, but it was a different type of metal. And I thought, oh my God, it would be so cool to do this. And it sent me on that path to go looking for that band. And this person put me in contact, and I was in Sweden at the time. I don't know why I was there. I was staying at Heathen Doom Records in Stockholm, or the outskirts of Stockholm. And I think it was a girl called Petra who was running that store at the time. She put me in contact with Chris as well. And I hooked up with Chris, and I met Chris. We were walking around town. He showed me where the president got killed, which I found really, really boring. And I thought, oh my God, me and you are complete opposite ends of the spectrum. He was very mature and intelligent. I'm not saying I'm not intelligent. I've said this a lot, but he was very mature and very intelligent. Whereas I'm from London. I've spent a few years doing Cradle of Filth, where no one cares about how they treat each other. And I'm a lot more kind of open with my comments. And I thought, how the hell are we going to get on? And he gave me a chance. And to my knowledge, he told me I was the first singer he had ever employed that was not classically trained. Mm-hmm. And I was very impressed with that. I could sing that album. I could sing all of that. And do you know what? He was the best teacher. See, I've never had singing lessons, and that does show. I've never had singing lessons. I've never had training. But I would class Therion as my vocal training. Now, we did clash. It was all right for everyone to be smoking on the bus drinking, but one day he said to me, sopranos shouldn't be smoking and drinking, they should be going to bed. And I found that very sexist, and I ignored him, and I got, let's say, I don't want to use the term fired. I got fired for a while. Not you're fired. It was he stopped using me for a while. And then
he bought in Martina, didn't he? That's when that happened.
Yeah. And then our paths crossed, and he said to me, I want to give you another chance. And I'm like, oh, yes, brilliant, because I did like Therion. There was some things, they're guys. It was a very uncomfortable environment because they were nearly all of them just speaking Swedish. I'd be the only English person there and the only female on the bus, and you feel very small. But, I had a second chance, and I had some things said to me about how I had changed my work ethic. And two of them actually was said, you're fantastic. You're much better than so-and-so, and we want you to stay. And some of the best times of my life, hands down. He annoyed me at times, and I likely annoyed him, but it was a good union. It was a family, and it was some of the best times of my life. And I wish I could go back, but that's nostalgia, It wouldn't be the same. Johanna is sadly not with us anymore, and we desperately miss her. I'm still in contact with Suvi and the Neiman brothers, and there's a lot of us. There's not that much ill feeling. It's completely different. I don't know. Maybe it's because they're Swedish and they just don't care. But it was a nice environment. Just in the beginning, I did find it to be a little bit kind of, there's a rule, but it doesn't apply to you. But again, we were all young. But it was amazing. It was amazing. I was treated fairly. Everything was just how I think it should have been. A few glitches here and there, but again, none of us are perfect. But I do miss him. I would love to say, I'd love to hook up with him one day, but I don't think that's going to happen because he's somewhere else now. So, but totally, hands down, didn't always appreciate things like we do as humans, but yeah, some of the best times of my life. And he's very focused. I think he's very professional, but he's a businessman, and he has to make businessman decisions to succeed. Yeah,
and did you know Martina at all?
Oh, yeah, me and Martina are still in contact.
Oh, great.
Still in contact. She had come to a few of my shows, wherever I'd been, like solo shows or whatever. Yeah, she's okay. She's good. She's very good. But still in contact with her, yeah, absolutely.
And you were on one of my favorite albums from that era, Stargate, with Mortis.
Yeah. Well, so that same meeting when I was in Stockholm, staying at Heathen Doom Records, when I met, and actually it's the weekend that Diana was killed, because I phoned up Marcia. Yeah, I phoned up Marcia, and I was like, so Marcia is, just so you know, Nick Barker's ex-wife. But obviously I knew her we all knew each other, you know, because Marcia was in a relationship with somebody else years and years prior to that. So that's how, when I say Marcia, just, you know, she was kind of like a fixture of the band as well, you know. But I phoned her and she told me about Princess Diana, and it was that week, obviously very shocking, but it was that weekend, and I met Mortis as well. They put me in contact. I think Petra did it as well. Put me in contact with Mortis because she knew a lot of people, and I had a phone call with him, and I wanted him to sign some of my music, and it ended up being that I ended up working for him. So yeah, I was very, very lucky, very lucky. And again, I have Cradle of Filth, as in the music, the chance that I was given, and Danny to thank for that. He provided the stepping stone for me to have some proper professional music out there to show people, and as an example. So, you know. So
Yeah,
what's Mortis like? Have you interviewed him yet?
I have. I like him. He's a good bloke, yeah.
Yeah, he's lovely. He's lovely.
Do you call him Mortis or Havard? Havard, I think it is.
I call him Mr. M or Mr. H.
Okay, there you go. Easy way
Or
around
pain in
it.
the arse because he doesn't pick up the phone much. But yeah.
Have you spoken to him about his deal with Earache and what he thinks of that? Did he go into any detail with that with you?
I know things from the past, but no. I mean, I know. So I was engaged to a guy who was in Lawnmower Death and Acid Rain.
Oh yeah,
I was engaged to him, and we were together for 9 years. Actually, we met on the Therion Moonspell tour, and so we were together for 9 years. So I had been told a few things, nothing major, but I'd been given the impression that, from speaking to him and other people, lots of other people, that it wasn't the best label. And me and Mr. H or Mr. M had conversations, but again, it's their private business. And I have always felt, and I've always said to him, you're nowhere near as famous as I think you should be. And I think he's never been taken seriously. Now I think he's doing so much better.
It's close to it now. Yeah,
better.
I agree with you, by the way. Yeah.
But he deserves all the success in the world. And for example, today I'm supposed to be doing some stuff for him, but I favoured you. So I'll send him a message.
I'm flattered. Thank you.
I can't do it now anyway because my son's home, but it's only a small thing. And you know, he turned around to me and said, oh, you know, do you have time to do this thing for me? It's only small, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, okay. And he sent me the track, and I've said to him, you should know that if you say do one thing, I'm going to listen to the whole thing, and there's something that's going to jump out of me. And instead of getting half hour out of me, you're going to end up with something like 8 hours out of me. And I'll happily do that for him because I like him. I respect him. We do things a bit differently. I've let him down a bit in the past, which I deeply regret. And some people would probably understand this. I was supposed to do some tours for him. And I can't remember the first one. I backed out of one and I went AWOL and I didn't contact him. And I deeply regret doing it that way. And it wasn't until my brother-in-law said to me, oh, do you think that was fair? And I'm like, oh, well, no, actually. He's like, well, why don't you just contact him and be honest and tell him? And I thought, sometimes being honest is really, really difficult. And I was wrong and I shouldn't have. And I let him down. And then I did it again. I let him down on the Mayhem tour. And it's going to sound really stupid to a lot of people. I have my son to put first. And because I haven't travelled for a long time, I became a bit paranoid about travelling and what if something happens to me?
That's understandable. Yeah.
Who's my son going to have? You know? Unfortunately, my husband lost both his parents at an early age. Very traumatic when he lost his mum. He was a young boy. And I think about things like that. And I think about him having no one. And that's what made me make these decisions. I've been offered tours. I've been offered shows. There's a tour, potentially, maybe. I'm not going to say what band it is, just in case it falls through. British band who potentially have a tour in South America. And they've sent me messages. Do you want to do it? Do you want to do it? And I'm like, I really want to, but I don't want to do the travelling. So, yeah. So going back to Mortis, I owe him, really, because he's taken chances on me lately and I've let him down and it was never intentional. I think he understood in the end, you know, but, yeah.
What about Jamie? So, I know Jamie, of course, and or Jay, and Demu. I can't imagine that your career trajectory didn't intersect with Demu's at some point. So was there ever an opportunity there?
Oh, I wish there was. So we did the Rape and Ruin of Europe in 1997, and in that was like a 6-day festival. And it was Cradle of Filth, Dissection, In Flames, and Dimmu Borgir. Was it? Yeah, it was. Yeah. And some relationships were formed, some friendships were formed. And again, I was young. It was my very first tour. I was the only woman on the tour. Well, woman, I say girl. Very inexperienced, very hard to fit in. But I did with some of these people. And I've formed some friendships. Like I stayed in contact with Yun from Dissection. And I stayed in contact with some of the guys from Dimmu and In Flames. And they were friendships that, that continued for a long, long time. And listening to Dimmu's music, I'd been out to visit them. I'd stayed with Shagrath, Stian. I'd stayed with Sven, had brilliant times. My God, just fantastic times. I would have loved to have said, please, can I do something for you? I would have begged. I never did beg, but that's one band I would love to have sung for, even just a small amount. And it's funny, I haven't seen Stian for a very, very long time. In fact, there was a moment where I didn't talk to them much and something had happened. And I don't know if it was the Dimmu Cradle of Filth rivalry, because I'm sure that's well in the past and that's nothing that was created by the bands. That was press, putting them up against each other.
Bullshit. Yeah.
And I'd been at the same festival at Dimmu and I hadn't spoken to Stian and Sven. And then I kind of was like, oh my God, what am I doing? What an idiot. Why am I not talking to these guys? They're fantastic. Lovely, lovely people. And recently, Shagrath added me on his music profile on Instagram. And it made me feel really good because I thought, he's obviously thought about me, which is nice. Don't know in what way, but it was nice. And we haven't spoken, but I've got very good memories of him, of the entire band. And I'm grateful for those memories. They never wronged me in any way. They treated me with respect. And obviously from that tour, I remember Stian, as in Nagash, coming up to me during sound check and said, you're Sarah, aren't you? From Cradle of Filth. And I was like, yeah. He's like, do you want to come and sing for us for Covenant? Now, obviously, this is a whole different bag, a whole new can of worms. But we were all young, and I took him up on the offer, and obviously I remained in contact with him and with Jamie. Jamie, as I've said, is a sweetheart. He was just so good at what he does. And Brilliant. He was one of those, he leaves Australia, he goes to Norway, he takes chances. I don't think he had the best ride, I know what I see, what I saw, and I'm not implying any kind of bad treatment, but I feel just what I feel. He wasn't supported enough to keep that dream alive in Norway. That's just my view. It must have been very difficult for him being in another country. It must have been.
I couldn't imagine how difficult. As an Aussie, I couldn't imagine. And even back then, I was 17 or 18 back then, and he's about my age, and I just could not imagine when he told me his story, sleeping in the rail yard and stuff. I mean, people wouldn't. Yeah. It's not like us Anglo-Celtic types who sort of let people in. He's saying that they wouldn't even offer him a place to sleep.
So, okay, I don't know what he's told you because, again, I haven't listened. The only one I listened to was Nick Barker, and I think I might have listened to a little bit of Stuart. I can't remember, but I haven't listened to any of what they said to you.
Have a listen to the Jamie one. You'd be intrigued by that because he even got treated like shit when he came back here because we've got that god-awful tall poppy thing in Australia where I remember just thinking he was a hero. The guy was a national hero. He should have been given a bloody OAM when he came back for doing what he did. But, I mean, I didn't even know he was back until he appeared in the Street Press, the Drum Media, or Time Off. One of those two was being
as
in a
I
band
said,
called,
you're only as relevant as the band you're in.
Yeah, well, you're so right. You hit the nail on the head with the hammer on that point. Yeah, but he's whatever happened, but he's certainly. But you guys clearly connected. You were mates fairly quickly from your fast friends.
Well, I mean, I can't. With any relationship that you have with a musician, we all have one face for one person and another face for somebody else, and that's not implying that everyone's two-faced. At all. But I saw Jamie, would be in Elm Street and he would come out drunk. I don't know how he could afford to be drunk, how anyone can afford to be drunk in that country. But obviously it's a lot worse now, as in price-wise. But he'd come out, he'd be drunk and he'd be hungry. And we used to take the piss out of him for going down the bins and pulling out a kebab.
Oh, shit, yeah.
But clearly, amongst all the laughter, underneath all of that, he was hungry.
He's a survivor too.
He did. We've all got our story of why we did things, of what you tolerate to live your passion, to live your dreams. With me, I let people treat me like absolute crap. Jamie ate out of bins and slept where he slept and, But then, we could sit here and we can tell you all these stories and then you'll have one person go, oh, just whining, just moaning, get over it. It was years ago.
Yeah, they do that. I know, but they can fuck off. Excuse my language of the young fellas listening. But I get fed up with it. I've even lately, I've been doing this now 7 or 8 years or what have you. It's only recently that I've started reacting and responding to some of those the peanut gallery comments, if you like. Now I just remove their visibility on YouTube or what have you. But for a moment there, I was actively, fighting against some of the comments that I saw there that were just stupid, just dumb comments, rooted in ignorance.
You will get put down and belittled over the smallest thing. Okay, I'll chuck this in now because I think it's relevant to how people get treated on their appearance. So if we go back to when I started Cradle of Filth, I was one of the very few, very, very few women in extreme metal. Okay. Sarkana, is that her name? Sarkana from Gehenna. She was there. I guess I just can't think. The Amanda Gallus. Okay, but that's not metal. There's very few women that were involved in that extreme music. Obviously, there was death metal ladies out there as well. And then you take a band who are extreme metal, black metal, and you add an operatic backing singer. So that was Danny's classical influence, you know, I'm guessing. Movie soundtracks, his love for scores.
Yeah.
And it was brilliant. It worked. I don't know whose idea it was. I would say it was Dan's idea. It worked. And then you take a girl who is not only doing operatic vocals, but she's not skinny. Okay? I am, I don't know. Most of the girls on the scene are probably, I don't know how your sizing goes, size 8, size 10.
Same. Yeah, exactly the same.
I come in at a size 16 and I am, I'm slagged off to the core on some of the websites. Not to the fans, though. The fans were brilliant. And the stuff that gets said about me is pretty horrendous. And it never held me back. It never stopped me from getting in that corset and playing that part. And I did it despite some of the crap that was said about me. And then would have the other side of getting to the corset. That must mean she's a slag. She's this, she's that, you know. On the first Cradle tour, because I was one of the very few people who talked to fans and mingled with bands, I was called a whore, a band whore, a slut. I spent the last few weeks of that tour drunk on stage because it was the only way I could get through from the things I was being called, the belittling in front of people. And I stuck with it. And I continued. And I listened to the comments and it didn't beat me down. It hurt. When I got off that tour, I was very, very depressed. No one will ever understand what I was feeling at the end of that tour. I was with a bunch of guys who I thought gave a shit, who I thought valued me. And day by day by day, I was picked at. So, you know, when we talk about Jamie's this Australian guy that rocks up and he's got long ginger hair. Loads of people get picked on for having ginger hair.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what you look like. Oh, Dan, his height. You know?
Yeah.
It's only women, though, that get slagged off for their weight. Let's point that out. It's very rare that men get slagged off and belittled and ripped apart for their weight. It's always women. But, Jamie comes along, long ginger hair, doesn't look black metal in the slightest. He must have faced some barriers, you know. People can be very, very cruel, and it's whether we choose to let them beat us down, you know. And some of them did succeed in beating us down, but then we also get back up again. And Lindsay is one of the people I've got to thank for that. You know, there's a few other people, Chris Wren, one of my friends in Sweden, Matthias, he used to play in Hypocrisy. Charles Hedger, you know, who's now in Mayhem.
Yep.
Loads of people, after I started talking to Lindsay, a load of people come back and like, no, you are worth something. Don't be put down. Don't allow them to win. But obviously I was living on past experiences. The scene's changed a hell of a lot now, I think. I don't think people can get away with all the sexism now, can they?
No, they can't. And it has changed. There's, you know, gosh, politics is another matter. But yeah, in that aspect, People, that was always the issue. It's metal is the one genre where you're free to be who you are.
Yeah, that's what I thought, actually.
Yeah, but this conversation is changing my view, certainly on how you were, based on how you were treated back then, about metal being an open and accepting culture, because I always thought that it was. But just on the image side of things again.
I was an easy target because I was a young female who had no one to back me up.
Yeah,
so
you had no one in your corner.
And there
band.
have been a lot of targets. If you show any kind of weakness, you suddenly become a target. If your voice isn't as loud as the next person, you are then that target. You'll get bullied into doing stuff that you don't want to do, which is why, just my opinion, I think, as what has happened with Dan sometimes, that's what I think now. But, he could say I'm wrong. Not that we talk, really, but he could say that I'm wrong. But just when you've got so many... I don't think you can say
you're wrong about what you've been talking about. It's not his place to tell you.
I don't think he would. I don't think he would. I mean,
when I say Dan, I don't think it's anybody's place, by the way, to tell you that you're wrong. You're talking about your experience.
If people do listen to this, there'll be a few feathers that I'm going to ruffle, because I can hear them now. Stupid fucking bitch, don't know what she's fucking talking about. And that's exactly what I'll get. But that's fine. I'm happy in my life. I've got my son, I've got my husband, I've got my 2 cats who like to chuck up fur balls. I'm still singing. I don't care about being famous. I care about the fan base that I've got, and that's it,
We talked a little bit about Faye, but I want to talk in a bit more detail, if that's cool. Okay, so you're having this bloody awful experience. Did she help at all? Could she? I mean, she's a very smart lady. I know that. Okay, Kit's a brilliant producer. These were 2 very sharp people. But at any point, did she sit you down, pull you aside, and say, "I see what's going on here. How can I help?" That kind of...
No, because I'm not a band member. I'm not a contracted band member. I am session. I am not her priority.
Hang on, just on that point.
It.
So your view is that because you weren't a contracted or a tenured member of the group, okay, you fall outside the circle of interest, you can be replaced.
Yes, that's exactly it. A human resource. That's exactly what I am. I can be replaced. See, how people higher up viewed my worth is completely different to how fans viewed my worth.
Mm-hmm. Clearly.
Okay?
Yeah.
And that's really just it. That's it. I'm an expense that they're paying for, and it would be easier to get someone in cheaper who didn't speak up for themselves and moan as much about how they're being treated. It's just easy. Get rid of me.
So effectively bring in a doormat. But who wants to play that role in a band and be treated like shit?
Loads of people. Put out an advert for a backing singer right now to join Cradle of Filth, and you'll get about 1,000 women come forward. But it's different now, I think. I believe now that the band is very respectful. I don't... But, okay, put out that advert, 25 years ago?
Yeah, 1996,
Yeah, there'll be loads of women. And they... okay, some people are going to think this is out of order to say. They're not just going to be picked on their voice. They're going to be picked on how fuckable she is. How fuckable she is to the public eye, and if certain people can sort of like have a go, There's very few people in the beginning that treated me like a woman. And I go back and say that front man always treated me with dignity and respect. Might have failed in other areas, like making me feel like I was valued. But then someone could go, "Oh, shut up. Would you want to cuddle?"
But Faye held the balance of power. Or maybe, sorry, I'm talking about it as a 45-year-old.
Faye's a businesswoman.
Forgive me there, but I understand.
She's a businesswoman.
But she's still a human being. And if you see somebody suffering, isn't it the logical thing to do is to seek to understand about how you can alleviate that suffering? Or do you think she was oblivious?
Hassle.
Actually, here's the question for you. Did she know that you were suffering?
No. Oh, yes. Yeah, but she probably didn't view it as suffering. She probably just viewed it as me moaning. That's what a lot of people viewed it as. Stop fucking complaining. You're lucky to be here. You know? It wasn't, you know...
What would you say to her now?
Oh, I miss her, actually. I miss Faye. I understood what position she was in, that she's being hired by a band to do a job, and if there's any problems, she has to eliminate those problems. Not saying like eliminate, like shoot them or anything. That's her job.
Yeah.
But my problem has always been the lack of emotion and empathy and understanding. Like mental health, we put a massive deal on mental health now. There was zero shit given towards people's mental health. Zero. Again, you were just a hassle if you were having a bad moment, you know. I think she did see, you know, I'd had phone calls, we'd discussed stuff, but it's literally like this. And this could be her view, but I'm not saying this is solely her view. If you don't like it, you know what you can do.
Yeah, the non-option.
Deal with it.
Yeah.
Deal with it, shut up, or F off. And that is as blunt as I can be, and that's exactly how it is. I chose to stay in these situations, okay, because I wanted to sing. It's what you do. You know, you put up with stuff. But then there came a point where I was getting very annoyed with all the sniping and, there was just so much going on.
You're getting older.
Towards 2008 when we parted ways. There was so much going on and it became a bit violent on my part, because I was just sick and tired of certain things going on stage and backstage, and other people were just sitting in the corner making their comments known when someone was out of the room, and I thought, I'm not like this. I've got to do something, session or not. And yeah, it ended up in a few situations where I hit someone. And I kind of regret that. But at the time I felt there was no getting through. And then that person would hit me back. Not anything major, don't get me wrong, just anger. And then the drink was involved. And I was like, just had enough. And I met someone and I made the choice to walk away. But at the same time, I think someone had enough that I was fighting back, and my voice was very big at that point. Mm-hmm. I was no longer the person that cowered.
Member of the band, yeah.
Well, not to them, never to them, and that's fine. But yeah, I think this person had enough, and it was just easier to expel me from the band, you know? So it was, I think someone had enough and I'd had enough, and boom, 2008 went, and lucky for me, I, was paid off, which was fantastic. So I didn't lose anything, and I up and went, and I was really happy. I was a bit gutted in a way, but what hurt me even more, that although there was situations and problems, I was very hurt that someone never contacted me. And I won't say who it is, but I was very upset. And you know, I've made that clear, I think, in a few places, but, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I was an expense. I was supposed turning out to be a hindrance, because if I'd have acted like I did in 2008, 1997, well, you know, I had one person threatening to put me to bed, literally to put me to bed, to get me to shut up. And if I didn't shut up, there would be consequences, because I was defending myself. And it's defending myself that got me into a lot of trouble, and why I was being called gobby and mouthy, because no one likes a woman who defends themselves. Well, when I say no one, the abusers, as I put it, don't like women who stand up for themselves and have an opinion.
What was your relationship like with James McIlroy?
Oh, bless him. Lovely guy. I love James. But with all of us, our personalities changed. Our personalities did change. James changed. I changed. I became very offensive. I didn't mean to be. I lost a few friends because of that, because you have to have balls. You have to be able, you know, I can't explain it. The stuff that comes out of your mouth would get you fired from a job and likely arrested.
Yeah.
And you have to join that. A lot of people can go, well, you don't have to be like that. You can still be yourself. No, you didn't. The stuff that was coming out of our mouths, wow. But James changed as well. He did. It was never nasty. Don't get me wrong, but his attitude changed. Charles changed. Martin Powell changed. We all went from kind, caring people to we were all up against each other. No one gave a shit about anyone's feelings. We didn't care. We stopped caring. And that's what I think also went wrong. No one cares. You can't have feelings on tour. You can't have feelings in a band. So, you know.
Were there ever any moments you broke down and you thought, oh, you might be in the middle of Belgium, for example, just picking a country, think, I can't do this anymore?
Oh, yeah, quite a lot. Quite a lot. I know quite a lot. You know, for example, from the very first tour, you know, there was another situation where we just got to a venue, and this is the one that Faye came out to, and one of the crew who was having a bad morning literally just went ape at me, started chucking chairs and swearing at me and threatening me, and all I'd done was come into the venue and sat down on one of the chairs. And everyone would have heard it. Humiliating, absolutely humiliating. But a blind eye was turned, because we're there to do music and do a job. And if I'd complained, very, very few would have had my back. And that would have been it. They would have had to have turned a blind eye. We're there to tour. And I'm trying to establish myself and do what I love. So I keep my mouth shut and I deal with it my way. And on that tour, my way was drinking. It was drinking.
So there's that aspect. There's that aspect. But I'm just going to show some empathy here, because I can totally understand how you could become violent in the situation that you're in there, because you're hostage to it. You're in foreign, far-flung places. You're away from home, well outside of your comfort zone. And I know within my own life, when I've threatened violence and sometimes even visited violence on people, they've stopped doing the fucking around. Sorry, excuse my language, but you know what I mean.
Right.
They stop it. They stop it. So, but I know you've got to step into that thing within yourself where you when you threaten violence, you know you're going to visit it upon somebody, and your energy changes, your aura shifts, and they know as well. So, in a way, and I hope I frame this appropriately, to survive, and that's the point, to survive, you had to adopt these violent characteristics. And, of course, alcohol does go hand in hand with these things because you were numbing yourself.
On that tour, it makes me feel sick even just thinking about it, right? It always has. We had a day off in Italy and the band spent the whole day in a pawn shop. I can say it because, okay, we spent the whole day. Now, I had a choice to walk around Italy on my own with no one by my side, not knowing where I was, and be with nobody, or go to that shop. And the stuff that was on the TVs, it made me feel I'll never forget, it made me feel physically sick. Right? Oh, let me just clarify. It wasn't anything dodgy like underage, okay? Or so no one gets the wrong impression, or animals or anything. Like it just hours and hours and hours of stuff. Even this old woman, I'll never forget this. The old woman, and her nose was bleeding in the video. And I had a choice, stay or go. I had to stay. It was uncomfortable. It was horrible. And people can laugh. It was horrible. I was put in quite a few situations. And again, not by the person we all assume is the bad person. But that's just what you do. You have to do stuff sometimes that you don't want to do, that you're not comfortable with. Probably not so much now. I'd like to think, God, there's women everywhere on the scene, isn't there? It's completely different.
Yeah, it's about half and half.
Back then it wasn't. It really, really wasn't. The amount of guys from bands that have approached me for one thing, people that I've got all their albums, behind me.
Yeah.
Just the amount, just how you're viewed. You can't be a musician. You can't be a serious musician. You're along for the ride. So spread them, literally.
Yeah.
But they wouldn't let anyone speak to their children like that, or their mums or their sisters, would they? But it's all right when you're on the road.
When I was at boarding school, bullying was so bad, I didn't notice it. Can you relate to that?
No. I think it's something that children do. Okay? It's not something that adults should be doing. Fully grown adults. They know full well what's coming out of their mouth. When you're standing there in front of someone's face, screaming at them, shouting at them, or asking them to do something like what I spoke about earlier, they're thinking about this. They know what they're doing. None of these people had mental health issues. They knew what they were doing.
They're self-aware, and you're aware of what they're doing.
Yeah, they're fully aware. And did it become the norm? Well, yeah, it did kind of become normal, and it was accepted only because some people, I think, were too afraid to speak up. You've got a band that have got so much talent. Every single one, I think everyone that's walked through that door has got so much talent. But with that talent comes personalities that are going to clash we've all been raised differently. Some have had some very, very bad upbringings. Some have had it quite nice. I didn't have the best upbringing. I've made that known, not going into too much detail. Mm-hmm. You know when you're being evil to someone. You know when you're breaking them. And you've got a choice then to continue breaking them or stop. And a few people didn't stop. So
it sounds like Lord of the Flies.
Hmm.
What do you think happened with Annabelle? Because she wasn't there for long, about a year and a half or so, or thereabouts.
I've heard things, but I can't comment. Mm-hmm. I think that you're in a big band and sometimes decisions have to be made that you're not comfortable making. But maybe some people advise that it's the best move to make, and then you're the one that's going to get the blame for making that decision. Does that make sense? All I know is that she's got a phenomenal voice. She is very confident. She's not afraid. And some people, I think, don't like that. Don't know.
How has Martin survived so long, or Marthus?
I don't know. Don't talk to him. I don't have anything. When I think he's all right. I don't know. Maybe he is the next one in charge. Maybe. I mean, I know that when he started Cradle of Filth, he wasn't taken seriously. The amount of times he would get upset from the things that were said to him.
Danny you're talking about, or Martin?
No, Martin.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah, I remember one comment that was made that was, oh, he's from a third world country. He should be happy with getting the money that he's getting. You know?
I'd wondered if that was a strategy, actually. You know, that thought had crossed my mind, what you just said there.
Yeah. He was treated, I'd upset him a few times with some comments because, as I told you, you join in. You come out with stuff that you think, oh my God, that was actually really bloody rude. And you don't mean to do it. You think you're funny at the time, you know. I have heard he's changed a lot. But that's, again, I can't say anything. Paul's not in the band anymore. Maybe he's taken the same kind of position as Paul. I don't know. I wish him well. I hope he's all right, but I don't have anything to do with him. I don't really have anything to do with the band.
So you don't know Zoe either?
I know Zoe, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I do. So, yeah. Just, yeah.
Yeah, gotcha. Did you know Rosie?
You hear things. I say you hear things, and you think, okay, well, I don't want part of it now,
Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah.
The more people that are passing away, the more you think, God,
I know.
The Chinese whispers, is it all worth it? I can't, I've changed my view in some areas, and other areas I can't forgive at all. So,
What were your thoughts on Dave Hirshheimer? So there was who I've spoken to as well. So there was a period of time where there was about 4 drummers involved in a 12-month period.
Yeah.
Can you tell me what was going on there? Was it a case of, I know I've spoken to Woz, seems like a fantastic guy. Just basically said the gig's not for him. He didn't want to do it, but I think Danny wanted him in the band because he was the first Cradle of Filth drummer.
Yeah.
Then Dave Hirshheimer's gone on, and I'm not going to let the cat out of the bag there, but has gone on to an enormous career elsewhere. And then there's Adrian. And there might have been one or two others around the traps too. I don't know. But, can you cast your memory back to, that August 1999 period where it seemed to be
an amazing guy. Amazing guy. I think he was left on his own quite a bit. He was thrown in at the deep end. Let's face it. I think he had a warm-up show in Holland, and then we had Dynamo. And he made mistakes. All I know is that he made mistakes and he was judged for it. That's all I know. I heard some comments.
Adrian, right?
No, we're talking about Dave.
Oh, Dave. Okay, gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm pretty damn sure I'm sure it was Dynamo, because I know it was the biggest gig. It was massive, and it was Dave's first gig. As in second gig, we had a warm-up, and then...
It's a hell of a way to be introduced to the band, yeah.
Bloody hell, yeah. It was... Dynamo was massive. Oh, I don't know how many thousands, but... I don't know, 80,000? I don't know what it was, but I remember walking out on that stage with my head in the air because I didn't want to look at the audience, and I put my head down. I had a bowel movement. I'm like, bloody hell. Massive, massive. But I know that he was judged for that, for the mistakes that he made. And from what I understand, he wasn't judged by the common denominator. It was elsewhere within the band. And I believe that's where it ended. He's a brilliant guy, lovely guy, I haven't spoken to him in a while. Oh, flipping hell, yeah. Then Adrian came along, and Adrian, I love Adrian, He was a prankster, pain in the butt prankster. Remember one time he took my DVD and he stuck it in the microwave and he microwaved it, which I wasn't very happy about. He wasn't very good at having jokes played back on him, but he was amazing. He was good to talk to. He was kind. And I miss him and his wife. But everyone became victims of the backstabbing and, the politics, the drama.
Yeah,
I was gutted when he went. I was, really, really gutted when Adrian left. I think it was a sad, sad day when he went, and Martin Powell, God. Yeah.
Yeah. What, Rosie Smith, did you have anything to do with her?
Yeah. Still talk to her a little tiny bit. We were cool, no issues there. But again, little things would be said, and
there is a coalition of ex-members that are friendly with each other, though. So
but only a small amount. It's like, it's not a massive group. There's, for example,
Dave,
for
Rosie,
one person will speak to. There's probably two or three for every one person. There's literally. So I guess some of it's because paths haven't crossed, people haven't stayed in contact, or there's just a lot of ill feeling. As an example, me and Charles used to be really, really close, really close.
Mm-hmm.
And then you'd get you two are doing this and blah. So that's where it starts.
Yeah.
It's where it starts. And then some lies were told concerning me and another couple. And so the knife was put in there. And then that ended up being okay. But once any kind of friendship is tarnished, that's it. It's hard to go back. And Charles left, and Charles' attitude had totally changed. He had this very don't give a damn about anything. And there was no longer that connection anymore. But it's funny, he knows this. So, like, I started having these dreams, and I had a few dreams about him, and I thought, oh my God, I miss you so much. Literally, we were friends, and then suddenly it all became so complicated and nasty, and we weren't friends. And I reached out to him, and I just said, I miss you. I really miss you. And I just said, I've been wanting to contact you for ages. And he wrote back, why didn't you? And we just started from there, And if you are aware, he did some work on A Sign of Sublime, the song that I did. Just a little bit, darling. He did the guitar solo on A Sign of Sublime, which is a re-recording of a song from the first solo album that got completely trashed by the guy who was running it. And our friendship it exists now, we talk now and then. He sends me photos, of children, like not random children, just so you know. He sends me pictures of his children. I send him.
It's lovely. Yeah, it's an adult relationship. I get it.
It's I've yet to see him, which is why I do regret not doing the Mortis tour, because I would have got to have seen some people that mattered, and that's Charles, Hellhammer, and Mortis. But I chose family, and I don't regret that, but I do regret not seeing them. A lot of relationships have suffered at the hands of music and hearsay and backstabbing and things that have happened, choices people have made or not made, Yeah.
You haven't mentioned John or Gian.
So he was playing in my band as well under my solo name.
Yeah, I was aware of that. Yeah. So you guys were mates, or?
Yeah, but John, I think, was also definitely a victim of bullying. Definitely. Whether he wants to admit that or not that anyone knows where he is. I think he went to Canada.
Correct. That's all we know. Yep.
Yeah, I'm still in contact with his ex-wife, but no one knows anything. I've not come across anyone that knows anything. John had his faults, He would become very verbally aggressive sometimes, but again, believe he's a victim of circumstance. When he turned up, I remember he turned up. We were doing Cruelty and the Beast in what was it, Birmingham? I can't remember the name of the studio now. Something.
The UB41.
Yeah, the UB40 studio. I can't remember what it's called now, and I remember, we were playing pool and John rocks up, and that's the first time I met John. And I know he had bad experience in the past with one of his bands being bullied. And John was lovely. And people change. As I say, we all changed. Some were just horrible from the beginning, but some of the nice people that walked in, definitely in for a ride.
He was referred to as Blackie Useless by Nick, and he gave me context as, you heard it, and Stu did as well. They wanted him to contribute, but he wouldn't. In other words, they wanted him to write music and be part of the songwriting team, but he wouldn't. Did you see that?
No, cannot comment. All I can tell you is when John was in the studio with me doing my stuff, John contributed. And he was very passionate. Okay. So if you've got these ideas and they're constantly knocked down, you're not going to want to contribute, are you?
Indeed. And what did he just decide to go a separate way from your solo outfit?
I'm trying to remember. I'll be honest with you. I think I can't remember. I know I stopped doing solo stuff because I'd had enough of rip off people, fake promises, lies, and I quit. That's when I quit music totally. I think basically John didn't have the interest anymore. I think when we did Female Metal Voices, I think John was expecting something much bigger than what he was used to. He was a phenomenal guitarist. I don't care what anybody says. He's a phenomenal guitarist, and I don't think he had, just my opinion, I don't think he had the chance to shine. I think some of it could have been his fault, knowing what I know. But I also think that when you've got people who don't care about what comes out of their mouth, they put you down and you don't want to contribute. Again, I'm not saying that did happen. Just what I think, maybe John had plenty of opportunity to, and he favoured doing something else more. I don't know. Again, I don't know. Yeah, I can't say how it ended. I know how it ended for him, but I don't know if you're aware of how that ended. But does that make sense? No, it probably doesn't.
No, it makes sense to a point because I did speak to Paul. So Paul told me a lot, okay? And then he asked me not to share it. And like I said, right up top when we first started talking, I said, of course I'm not going to share it. He gave me this stuff in good faith. It's like this chat here. It's allowed me to join a lot more of the dots. But he named the names and said they did this and it led to this. So one thing he did say, and I can share this, is that he disagreed with Stuart's perspective and Nick's perspective on John. Okay, so that supports your point that maybe he could write. We didn't go into that sort of detail, but yeah. But can you give me any background on why he left? What you recall?
I believe he didn't leave. I believe it was the other way around. But I don't know. See, I'm trying to go back, and I don't know, and I don't want to. Whatever has been said in the press, or whatever the official statement was, I don't want to be the one to go, oh no, that's not true. I think you're going to have to make up your own mind why people aren't there anymore, including myself. I've been as honest as I can be, which is likely going to get me into trouble. But then if it's going to get me into trouble, whoever wants to get me into trouble needs to listen to all the other interviews that have been done, because that's a lot of people to take to court.
The truth never gets you into trouble. It's lying that does. That's and the truth can cause waves. But
I have been threatened to stop talking.
Really?
About
who by?
Oh, that doesn't matter. But I was threatened to stop talking. But I'm like, well, you're going to have to go through all the other interviews, because I'm telling you my experiences and my views and thoughts. I could be lying. You don't know if I'm lying, right? So
I'm a pretty sound judge of these things. So I've done a lot of these chats.
I can't prove anything that I'm saying to you, and I'm not out to prove it. I'm just, I'm saying that.
But there's no. Okay, I understand why you're reluctant.
There's more guilty people. Huh?
Yeah, I understand why you're reluctant to share things, but what you haven't been is hesitant. Do you understand what I mean by that and why I'm pointing out there's a difference? Reluctance and hesitance are two completely different things. Hesitance indicates that you're trying to get your story straight. You haven't done that. You've shot from the hip. And there's been moments where it's been very difficult for you to share what you're talking about. Okay, so it'll be up to people out there to listen to this, and believe me, they'll believe you. They will believe you. Okay, and here's the thing, like they believe Stuart, because that's the truth. Meaning that's the truth as Stuart saw it, and this is the truth as you see it.
Yeah. Well, yeah, okay. Yeah. But I think their truth or some people's truth, I think they have a bloody short memory. And I think it's very difficult for a bully to admit they've bullied. And, okay, so I can use the term abuser. And I know that's overused these days, but only because people are uncomfortable with hearing it or the truth. When you put someone down, when you sit in a room with them and you tear strips off of them and you belittle them and you call them names, right? That's abuse, isn't it? And there's
I
quite a
would
few.
say that's the case. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, there's quite a few men in bands in general that have to endure that. I was on tour with a band, and they were. This was in America, and they were getting pretty big. And the bass player, he had a bit of meat on him, and he turned around to me and he told me that the band had been offered a record deal with a really big record company, but the record company had said that they should fire him because he was too fat. You know, we all, but of course, no one would ever admit that, would they? No record company is going to go, yeah, you know, we said that. You know, music isn't just about music anymore. It's about an image.
I do think it's shifted a lot, though. Like, good luck saying that to Wolfgang Van Halen, for example. He'd tell you to F off as before you can even finish the sentence.
Yeah. But he's got the power to do that. He's got the power to do that.
Yeah, he
Us
holds that
little
balance.
people,
Yeah. I know.
yeah, us little people don't get that choice. I'd say that the person, you know, Paul, I think sometimes he was there and other times he just played along. And I am pretty sure that some of the things in the last part of my time with them were controlled by him. And as I say to you, I held someone else responsible and I don't think it was the case. And I go back to everything I've said in the beginning. We have one face for you and another face for everybody else.
Yeah.
You know,
do you understand why he left? Sorry, I might have asked that question already, but you.
Well, yeah, I heard it all the time. I heard when we was on tour how much he hated things, and I'd say talk. You know, I don't know what went in the last part, but you know, again, I know stuff that I can't. I know a lot of stuff. I know how he lives his life now.
It's very different, isn't it, compared to what he was doing?
Yeah, very different. And I don't want to. I've got no interest. I'm sorry. I've got no interest. I thought he was a friend, and I saw how he was with some other people. And then when I left, I never heard a word. I never heard nothing. So it says it all, really.
Did you know the Ryan brothers at all?
Yeah, because they were, again, when I started.
The original scene,
Yeah, I started, because,
They seem like, I've had conversations with both of them and, you know, I texted, me and Paul text occasionally afterwards and seem like really nice guys.
Yep, lovely guys. In fact, I reached out to Ben the other day because of John Kennedy. You know, I told a few people that I think needed to know, and Ben was pretty shocked. I haven't spoke to Ben for a while. He's back doing music, which is fantastic.
Yeah.
But not a bad word to say about them at all. I loved them. I thought they were fantastic. But again, I don't know what kind of people they were. Without this sounding rude, they were always lovely to me, but they might have felt differently about me when I was younger. So I don't know, but I don't think I ever did anything to annoy them. We all got on, but they were in a situation, from what I understand, quite soon after I started, where they parted ways and they didn't want anything to do with the band. And whatever went on is none of my business, and it's all between them. I did hear things. I did hear a lot. But, I was gutted when they went, Paul and Ben,
Yeah, they just put it down to the folly of youth. They just said that they were young, and they're right. That's 30 years ago, for God's bloody sakes. And they just said, of course you handle things differently now, but we were 30, it's 30 years ago. Like you said it too, it's 25, 30 years ago, and if you don't view things differently through the hard-earned lens that you've got at this stage of your life, compared to the reactive lens that you generally have when you're 18, 19, 20, mate, well, God help you. And they're not bitter about it at all.
No, they're very successful in what they do, what they both do.
Yep.
Okay. And they've managed to move on, but then they weren't there as long as some of us. And you see every different stage. You see people come and go, and so many different personalities. I mean, I did a count of how many people had been in and out of Cradle of Filth, like session people, and it was over 100.
I was going to say, what number did you come up with? Over 100.
Oh, I can't remember. I did this count a long time, which, again, if someone was to listen to this who'd been in the band a long time, they'd go, what are you talking about? But I counted. Now,
well, you'd know.
Maybe I fell asleep halfway through, but there was a lot of people. There's a lot of people. You had Darren Donnarumma.
Yeah.
Donnarumma. What's his name? Rishi?
Yeah, Rishi Mehta.
Yeah. You got so many people that had a part to play that were there a short time that didn't necessarily leave on bad terms. But I know Darren was bullied out. I remember being in America with him, and he wasn't bullied out by the person that we all assume that always gets the crap thrown at them. He was really bullied out. He was fantastic. He was a brilliant guitarist.
You talked about the Ryan brothers and how lovely they are and your relationship with them.
Yeah.
You talked very early on about Robin, and do you even have any idea what he might be up to at the moment?
No, haven't a clue. I was in contact with him for a while. Still in contact with his ex back in that day. No one's seen him. I spoke to Woz the other day. Woz hasn't seen him for a very, very long time, which I was quite surprised by. I haven't a clue. I hope he's all right.
Yeah, it just seems there was someone sent me his ex-wife's profile, because there's all these people over the world that want these conversations.
Ex-wife?
Yeah.
Is he not with Emu? Yeah, is he not with Emu anymore?
Oh,
that's
I don't
her
know.
name.
The fan might not have known them, but that's. I'm sorry, I might even be talking out of turn. It might not be his ex-wife. Sorry, it might be his current wife. But
I don't know. No one's seen him.
I didn't really want to hit her up, because then it just gets like, stalkery, and I think I don't really do that. If I find the person, like when I found you, I'll just politely ask.
You won't find him. I don't think you'll find him. I did just think he's distanced himself so much, and it's a shame, because December Moon was amazing. Absolutely
unbelievable. Yeah. Hey, you lived in Australia for a bit, didn't you?
Yeah. Let's not talk about that.
It didn't work out, obviously. Yeah.
No. Next question.
The only other people that I had down that I wanted to get your view on was, and I think they're both fantastic, by the way, is Chris Bell and Nigel Wingrove. But did you have much of a relationship with them?
No, never met them at all.
Nice fellas. Chris in particular is a really nice older guy. Yeah.
I mean, I wasn't, because I was never viewed as a band member or of any real importance, or at least that was 100% the vibe that I got. I wasn't really part of any of that. I was included in a few things, but nothing major, So I can't really give any kind. I mean, I didn't even meet Pinhead, unfortunately. He came to one of our shows, and I saw him standing on the balcony, but
Yeah.
I wasn't important enough to be, and this is how it was. I wasn't important enough to be introduced, even though I was a big part of that sound. I remember getting
Bradley,
really
Douglas Bradley,
yeah,
great actor.
I remember getting really, really excited when we were I was at Emperor and Nick Barker was there, and I bumped into Nick, and I never forget, he introduced me to Samoth, and I was like, oh my God. And he's like, right, I suppose I better introduce her. This is our backing singer, Sarah.
God, yeah.
And I was like, thank you. You know, he's done a few sweet things over the time.
I was this close to, or I shouldn't even say this close, but I know a bloke here who knows Samoth really well, tour manager, a guy who owns an agency, Dicey. And we get along great. And I just said, look, because Emperor were just in town, a couple of months back anyway. But I said, mate, I know he doesn't do interviews. He's sunsetted interviews, but you know him, you're mates with him. Can you, I don't stuff around. We'll have a conversation that'll be worthy. And he said, yeah, I'll ask him. But he got back to me a couple of days later. He goes, sorry, mate, not even I can get him to do it. He just won't do interviews, and his voice is sorely missed at the moment.
I don't know if I've ever made this clear. I am a huge Emperor fan, and I played a show with them once. It was Therion. It was the Therion tour, and merged with the Emperor tour. Nocturnal Breed was on the Emperor side.
Okay.
And it was only one show. It was in France, and I just total little girl fan, and I'd known some of them, obviously, just hi, hello. The keyboard player at the time, I was in contact with him, and I remember, this is really stupid, really embarrassing, but I'll do it. Ishan was walking towards me, and it was like the New Kids on the Block moment of, I was like, oh my God. And I was like, no, act cool. I was like, act cool. And he smiled at me, and I smiled at him, and I walked off. I just did not have the balls to go, hi, I really love you. I think you're amazing. Can you want to come home with me? Like, I don't know. He was just, the whole band, the vibe in the Nightside Eclipse is just the soundtrack to my early career with Cradle. Just the album sends shivers down my spine. And I would love to work with that man. But
reach out to him. He's a lovely guy, that I've had 2 chats with him. He will give you the time of day and then some.
I don't have any contact. I tried. So when I was doing A Sign of Sublime, the song, I asked Mortis if he would ask Ishan if he would do a solo. Oh, no, it wasn't Sign of Sublime. It was something else. It was another song. I think Susie and the Banshees, that cover that I just did. I wanted him, but I was like, there's no way he'd ever say yes to me. And it is my dying wish to one day do something with him, because the whole band, as I say, as a whole, are just so influential. I don't think they realise just what an impact they have made on the scene and people's lives. I agree. One day, just to even just sing a word with that man, But I can dream.
It might happen. I mean, it's not like you're not a known entity either,
Well, no,
it would make sense.
He's they're busy, aren't they? I mean, look at where they're at, and you have to be careful of who you work with, especially you got to think about what's it, as the T-Birds say in Greece, I've got a rep to protect.
A rep to protect, yeah.
But Mortis I asked Mortis if he would ask him, and I asked Dom Lawson The reporter press guy, who's a really good friend of mine. I said, would you please ask him? But the word that came back to me was, no, I'm sorry, I'm busy. It's life, who am I? Who am I? That's how I see it. I'm not going to help his career, but one day.
Do you know Sartre and Frost at all?
Frost, when I was spending time in Norway and Oslo, I came into contact with him, and he was lovely.
Yeah,
Absolutely lovely. Obviously, I knew his girlfriend at the time as well, and you got to bear in mind this is this little English girl that turns up at Elm Street, where obviously it was legendary, where everyone hung out. I'd be in there, and Maniac would be there, and an amazing guy as well. Loved him, a fantastic guy. Came to see me with Therion, actually, bless him, when I was in Oslo. Really, don't have any contact with him now, but nothing but fantastic things to say about him. I remember looking over one day and Mr. Kummer sitting at the bar, and I'm thinking, oh my God, starstruck. But we're all normal people trying to do music, trying to do our thing. But nearly everyone that I've come into contact with has been nice and respectful. Didn't quite hit it off with Satir, though. I remember this was in the very beginning when I started touring with Cradle of Filth. We were at a festival and Nick went onto their bus, and I said to Satir, oh, can you get Nick off the bus, please? And he looked at me as if I don't know.
Really? Yeah.
But then when I went to Norway to Inferno Fest, he put me on the guest list via a friend. So, as I said, we're all older now, aren't we? But I've never had any bad experiences. I met Fenrez once, sitting on the table next to him. I accidentally knocked his foot. I remember this, and I went, "Oh, I'm really sorry." And he went, "Ow!" taking the pee out of me.
Oh, right. Yeah.
These are just all normal people with a past, with a history, legendary history. Who just, I guess, want to just be themselves.
You mentioned Jun from Dissection. Did you know John Nordovit at all? Did you interact with him much?
Jun, well, we obviously did the 6 shows together. And then we did a festival together when I was out with Therion. So Therion and Dissection shared a tour bus together for the weekend.
Wow.
And it was amazing. The amount of drinking that went on there. Yeah. That was the weekend.
Hard liquor?
Oh, God. Yes, hell yes. That was the weekend that I stupidly admitted to the Neffelheim brothers that I didn't like Iron Maiden and they wanted to kill me. And when I say they wanted to kill me, they really wanted to kill me. But that's when I met Emil, from Swordmaster, Jun's brother, and it was a blast. I went to Gothenburg and I stayed with one of the guys and his girlfriend, and some of us stayed in touch, and then obviously what happened, and Emil put me in contact with Jun in prison, and it was nice talking to him because I thought he was lovely. That weekend when it was Dissection and Therion, me and him, we went off and we did a lot of drinking, and he had my back on something. We were
just to clarify something. When you say Ewan, is it? I might be mispronouncing his name. You talk about John. I call him John.
You could say John.
Oh, so you were talking about the same guy. There you go.
Yeah. Or Jun, I believe is how it's pronounced in Swedish.
Gotcha.
But then
there's
I'm
2 Johns in the
English,
band. That's all. It was 2 Johns in the band. Yeah.
So
Gotcha.
So it was a crazy weekend, and
but
we
he
went
had you
off.
back on something you just mentioned.
It was just little situation I got myself in, and he was brilliant. I loved the man. Obviously what happened, and then he got out and unfortunately never got the chance to reconnect. And like most people, I was very gutted. I was shocked.
I spoke to Jesper recently, Stromblad. and he looks like he's doing really well. Are you still mates with Jesper?
Yeah, I've had a bit of contact with him, but obviously he's off doing his thing now. He replies when he gets a chance to reply. I thought the world of that guy. Oh my God, what an amazing guy. They all are. They all were. You know, just not a bad word to say about anyone in Flames. You know, just nearly 99% of the people that I've come into contact with have been lovely, respectful. You just get the odd few who either feel that they can talk to you like something they've stepped in, or they just want to use you for something, as it were. And then when you say no, they don't want to know. You know, I've had a few of those, as I said before. But for the best part, lovely guys. And I'm so glad he's back on the scene. And the rest of them, actually. You know, you've got half of In Flames in Halo Effect.
So apart from Michael, I think it might be all of them, isn't it? All
It's,
of their
it's
former
brilliant.
members, yeah.
It's brilliant. I remember when the drummer was leaving In Flames, and I was like, oh no, I love you. He was lovely, really lovely guy. Hard to make smile, but I succeeded in making him smile. Maybe because I was stupid and he just gave up and decided to smile. And I'm so glad to see him back. And I'll probably never see them again because I don't do shows. I'm not touring. But if I ever did, it'd just be nice to go, hi, I'm so glad you're back. Good luck, you know.
Daniel's fencing, that's right. Yeah. He and Anders, the rhythm section.
Beast on drums.
Yeah, I love that band too. And but talking to Jesper again was just a bit special, I've got to say.
Yeah, no, I
just
bet.
To see him. Well, he doesn't do interviews. He just happened to be in the interview with Jake E, as he likes to go by these days, and Sarah. And it was for Sarah, about Sarah, but with him. And Jesper, he said, Jesper's here in the studio. And I said, look, if you don't mind, if you can go and get him and ask him if he wants to participate. And he did. And I spoke to him for maybe more than half an hour. And it was great to see him again. Yeah, I know. But just a rock star too. I'll never forget looking at Jesper in like 97, 98. And he just, the Nordic look that he's got and the blonde hair and stuff. And you go, wow, that's why I shall never be a rock star, because this is what one looks like.
Yeah.
And the guitar playing, it's just all there.
Have you done a proper interview with Danny? I know you did one, didn't you? By the looks of it. It's years ago.
I've had other opportunities. I just haven't taken them. No, it was years ago, you're right. And I want to be clear. It's not that I don't like Danny, okay? And I have met him once. I'm a guitarist and a bassist, you see. So being a musician, it just doesn't. A bloke like him, I don't really care. I got to be honest, I never connected with him in the band. It was. I'm just telling you the truth about why I connected with the band. It was Stuart's guitar playing, because that was that Kevin Haven, Adrian Smith thing that he does. To your point, so Chris said he was an excellent musician. He was. And that's what I connected with. So Danny's way down the list. And there are so many of these boring, awful podcast interviews out there with him where he's the type of bloke where you've got to rein him in, because he self-promotes through his conversations a lot. And I don't have the stomach for it. So I had a weak moment where I hit him up on Cameo or whatever. I said, hey, would you come on the show? And I could see he saw the message and he didn't look at it. But it was just one of those moments where I get fed up with people asking me to have him on the show and do this sort of thing with him. I think
you'll have the same situation where there's a lot of stuff you can't say, and we all have our stories. We all have our views. We all have our opinions, and I can bet your bottom dollar that you could ask questions about each individual member, and you won't get the answer that he would want to give you. Does that make sense?
I think so, and that's. I don't want to.
And that's not his fault.
It does definitely make sense. Sorry, yeah, I just don't. I don't want to hear him bullshit. And I know he lies, okay? I'm sorry, but I've heard the lies. And he said all he needed to say was that there are internal issues in the band, and that's why Stuart, Nick and Les left. Instead, he had to go up the journalist from Terrorizer for bothering to ask him the question. And then he said, I had to kick them out because they weren't writing songs. And I know for a fact there was that Clive Barker album that was being put together by Nick, Stuart and Les. I know that because Nick and Stuart had told me that. Okay? The demos, they were demoing it. It got to the point where it was being demoed. Did you know that was happening?
I heard something, but it just baffles me. It just I don't get how that combination works.
Those two together.
Les was phenomenal. I mean, me and him didn't have any kind of relationship at all. I don't think he liked me. I don't think he had time for me. And again, I think I was just a hindrance. I was someone that was there to do something. You know, there was no real relationship. But obviously I've spoken to him and like, you know, quite a while ago, just to see if he's all right, because I do silly things like that. Say hi.
He's the one who
I hope
came
you're
up
all
Danny
right.
and the Filths, you know that. He's the one who coined that
Oh
term.
yeah. I've heard it all, you know. But I just find that combination very, very. I can't be 100% on what the relationship was between Les and Stuart, but it's the other Nick and Stuart. I just don't get it. I don't get it.
They were mates, you know that. Like I could tell the way Nick was talking about him, it was not fake. It was I think they had each other's back. They were probably maybe opposites attract, maybe.
At what point was that then?
Oh, cruelty.
What
when they
point
were
were
writing
they?
cruelty.
Yeah.
When they were writing cruelty, yeah, they were. Yeah. When you were there.
You might. Well, I'll keep my comment to myself.
Did you go to uni at all?
No, I went to college and I did a BTEC National Diploma in Performing Arts. But I always wanted to sing, so I never really cared about school, if I'm honest. Never really cared at all. I just wanted to sing. I wanted to go from 0 to 100 overnight. So I didn't really.
You kind of did that,
care
though.
Too much.
Let's face it. I mean, anybody who says, ask a black metal fan, say the word, do you know who Sarah is? And we're talking about the musicians and the bands, they'll know it's you. So you did do it.
Maybe, but the thing is, I say to anybody that if you want to become a musician and you want to take it really, really seriously, you still must have a backup plan. And I never had a backup plan. I never thought I would do anything else other than be touring and doing music. But as I said to you, you throw a lot of personalities into the pot and things explode and things don't turn out how you want them to turn out. But that was also a decision that I made to walk away from music. I said to you earlier on that I attempted to go solo, and I signed with somebody who Cradle of Filth had worked with a few times. Obviously, won't mention names. It wouldn't be difficult to find, but he signed me, and so I did the album and A Sign of Sublime, and my God, I don't know what he was doing, because he not only did he own the record company, but he was doing the recording as well, and he was editing, and he over edited everything, absolutely everything. So there was nothing we could do to make it shine. He took everything away. There was stuff that was off, out of tune. I remember recording the album and I could barely hear myself. And then you get that kind of attitude of, well, I don't see what the problem is, because, you know, I can hear you and blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, well, to be able to do this, I need to be able to hear myself properly. And it was picking up loads of noise. And yeah, so if it wasn't for Chris Wren of Anctoria, the album would have been even more abysmal than what it is. I signed the deal. Anyone that worked with me would be classed as session, and that's when I had my first taste of having to be that person to sort of like deal with session people under my power, as it were. So if you get a chance to listen to A Sign of Sublime, there's orchestral stuff on there, which was done early on before we formed Anctoria. It was a demo. Chris said I could use that, which was fantastic. And then I teamed up with a guy called Ken. He's from America. And he had some amazing ideas and we got on really, really well. But once that album was mixed, it took a major dive. And unfortunately, him not knowing how it worked and me still learning, because this is the first time I'm in charge where I have to make decisions, our friendship went from 100 to 0 within days. He blamed me for everything, and I don't blame him. But I literally had no power. That album had been over-edited and it was off to be mixed. And we tried, me and Danabella, if you research him, he is in Voices, black metal band from London, and we became very good friends, and he ended up co-writing The Corruption of Mercy. He was doing sound for Hecate Enthroned and Tristania. He's an awesome guy. He saved the album, but he still couldn't save it. And for it being my first solo album, wow. I mean, you imagine someone's got this kind of back catalogue of bands they've worked with, and then they come out with a solo album that sounds like it's been recorded on a Toys R Us machine. It was awful. But Ken, we tried to do a video. Well, we did the video. We pulled in some favours. I was very, very lucky. Record company, or the one-man record company, wouldn't pay out for Ken to fly over, even though he'd written all that. He was treated like absolute crap. But obviously Ken didn't realise that all this instruction and all the decisions were not made by me. And so I kind of understand how it is to be a front man or a front woman and you be the favoured musician in that band and everyone blames you for it. When a lot of these decisions come from management and record companies, and sometimes you just don't have a say. You're the product, and they want money. They want to see money, So, yeah, that went really, really bad. And then luckily, Listenable Records took me for a second album, which is The Corruption of Mercy, which I'm very, very proud of. Everyone involved is really proud of. Gian, he wrote stuff. Blaz, who is a German bass player, a phenomenal guy. Everyone that was involved, Martin Powell, Psychoma from Covenant, just the amount of people that were involved. Unfortunately, Ken wasn't, because he'd kind of cut ties with me. And as I say, he didn't give me a chance to explain. And I still don't think he totally understands. But I think he now knows, I hope, that the power was out of my hands. But yeah, we signed with Listenable Records. And the album, press-wise, I believe, did well. There was a few people like, oh, this isn't Cradle of Filth, don't like it, give it 1 out of 10. But, yeah, it did well. But the problem is that we suffered from illegal downloads. So our physical sales were appalling. Our illegal downloads, I can't remember what it was, but Blaz said to me that it was something like 80,000 at the time of illegal downloads, because he's very good with finding this stuff out. He's very good with computers, And, yeah, it screwed us. And Listenable had obviously signed Anctoria, so, there was a relationship there already. So just going back to everything, after we did Malediction, the EP, which had, 2 guest musicians, if you check that out, Danny being one of them. Okay. Bjorn from Soil Work being another. It was fantastic.
Yep.
Yeah, amazing. He took a chance on us, and the song I think turned out brilliant. But the song with Danny was also equally amazing. But after all of that, and then we did a tour with Tristania, which was amazing people. I just thought, I've had enough. I've absolutely had enough. I come across some amazing people, but I also come across a lot of people that only cared about the money. And funny enough, these are the people that are outside of the band who ruin it for everybody. I told you about the T-shirts. I could tell you about A Sign of Sublime. If you listen to that album, if anybody listens to that album, apart from the song A Sign of Sublime and the orchestral tracks, it's crap. It's awful. It's humiliating. It's embarrassing. And that should have been big as my first venture on my own. So, yeah, I had enough and I walked away from music. So when I say have a backup plan, you need to have a backup plan if you're going to be a musician.
Yeah.
You really, really do. And I didn't have a backup plan. People said to me, you should do singing lessons, teach it. And I'm like, I can't play an instrument. I can't read music. I taught myself to sing. And I think I might have said this to you before. It shows that I'm self-taught. I don't know how to look after my voice like other singers do. I've just got through life hoping that something will come out, Oh, don't get me wrong, I took it seriously, but I did my fair share of drinking and smoking, of course, and late nights and going to bed at 8 o'clock in the morning and, on a tour bus. But, always have a backup plan. But then, I kind of was absent for quite a while. And then people started getting in contact with me. And I told you one of them was Lindsay. And she'd messaged me a few times. She's lovely, polite. And as I said, I didn't want to know because I didn't want anything to do with that band at all. And I'm sure there's lovely guys in there, but I just didn't want anything to do with it. I didn't want to hear anything about them. And then when she left, I don't know if she messaged me or I messaged her, and we just got talking. And yes, there was a hell of a lot of talking. And she convinced me to go back to music. And Chris had been in contact with me. Chris had sent over a song to me, The Beauty of Deception, which is Torn Between Two Worlds.
Yep.
And the name Torn Between Two Worlds is actually personal to our beginning. Okay? So it's a song that's not been released. It's a song that I did with Aaron from My Dying Bride.
Oh, wow.
And it never got released. And one day I hope that we do release it. It's fantastic. It's orchestral as well, but it's very movie score sounding. And the song's called Torn Between Two Worlds. And I said to Chris, it would be cool if we found a way of linking ourselves back to Angtoria and the very, very beginning. And he said, yeah, well, let's go for it. So he sent me this song, The Beauty of Deception. And I didn't know that he'd done any music for us because it's been a long time since me and Chris worked together. If you look at the date of Angtoria album, and, there's a big gap. And we did attempt to work together. We did, but life got in the way. I was touring, he had his recording studio, just life got in the way. Anyway, so he sent me this song and he said, put your headphones on and tell me what you think. And he'd found the vocals from the original take of The Beauty of Deception that I'd done it with Danabella in his studio. And he'd found the original vocals and he rebuilt everything. And he played it to me and I was like, where did all this come from? Because when we did attempt to work together, he wrote 2 songs and I did rough vocals for both of the songs and then pushed to the background because, as I say, he was busy, I was busy, I got married, just loads of stuff. Anyway, I listened to the song and I was crying like a baby. I was like, oh my God. And he said, well, I found it. I found a load of stuff. he'd found some footage from when we did God Has a Plan from Us All video shoot, which was amazing. He just found loads of stuff, and he said it barely needed any work, the song, and I've built it up and I've reworked it and this and that, and it went, and Torn Between Two Worlds started from there. And as most people should know, I hope they know, we've got the EP out. It's on Bandcamp and it's on all streaming sites, and I hope that, well, Anctoria touched a lot of people. I still get messages to this day about how it impacted their life, and I'm so proud of that album. But if people want a continuation, as I call it, Chris calls it a fresh start, I call it a continuation from Anctoria. If people loved Anctoria, they will go to Spotify or Bandcamp and check it out. And it's done really well for us, but we're not on the path of stardom. It is what it is. We're doing music for ourselves, and that's it. And we're very, very glad that people have picked it up. We've had limited press. We've had people help us a hell of a lot. You know, I've had so many people back me up. As I told you, you know, my friend Matthias from Sweden, who used to be in Hypocrisy, if you do a bit of research on him, you know, he has his own band as well, and he started a new project. He did something for me, which, again, just brought tears to my eyes. He brought me an interface so I could record, and it turned up on my door, and I was like, wow. Just the amount of people that bent over backwards to get me singing again. And I think since I've been doing music again, I can't remember how many songs it is. I think, obviously, I started working with Mortis again. Probably well over 20 tracks in 2 years. And then I've got people coming to me now going, do you want to do this? Do you want to do that? And I'm honoured. I'm so honoured. The fact that I'd never worked a piece of musical software in my life. Chris is let's say a Mac expert, a Pro Tools expert, all of it because of having the studio, and he put some program on my computer so he could log in from Sweden and he could control my computer when I was online, and he showed me how to use Logic. You know, and I've got a lot of people to thank for support, and yeah, but I still say always have a backup plan, you know.
So you've got Torn Between Two Worlds and Cities in Dust. Is that part of the Torn Between Two Worlds?
No, that's just solo. Yeah, that's just solo. That just, you know, like when I got into metal, I used to hang around with these two girls called Barbarella and Bev. Barbarella, obviously not her real name. And I was with them. I was a lot younger than them, and it was the first time like I'd dyed my hair black. I remember Bev, she'd dyed my hair black. She'd shaved it underneath, crimped it. My face was white. I was a proper full-on goth, you know, and did photo shoots in cemeteries, and I got into Sisters of Mercy and Susie and the Banshees and Bauhaus, Alien Sex Fiend, all that type of stuff.
Right into it.
And I always loved Susie, you know. And it's a song that I wanted to do for a really, really long time. And I thought, you know, I'm going to do it for me. You know, nobody else. And I asked someone to help, and some people got involved and people helped. And yeah, it's just under my name. And if people find it, they find it. Obviously, I hope they buy it on Bandcamp. But, you know, again, I go back to you're only as relevant as the band you're in. So it didn't get any press, and I'm cool with that. You know, I did it because it was an itch that I wanted to scratch, you know.
Are you working with a PR company, though, who can let people know that it's out there?
No. Well, I am, but... So this year I've kind of been really, really silent. Really, really silent. For no reason. I just wasn't being a people person for the most part of this year. As I said, there was nothing that brought it on. My headspace was offline. It was family-based, working, putting my time into the home. We moved home. So I just didn't have time to be logging on and answering loads of questions and communicating with people.
It's draining. It's draining on top of dealing with family life, and family life is all encompassing, as we both know. So, having to deal with all the other stuff to do with getting your music out there and all the interviews and.
Well, I have this guy. I have this just to. You said if anyone, I've been working with anyone. There's this guy that Lindsay put me in contact with called Curtis. And he also works with this lovely girl called Corrie West, Corrie Westbrook. I'm just trying to relay from what's on Instagram, just in case anyone wants to kind of look for them. C Square is the company, and they are amazing people. And what I'll do is I'll send you the link, actually, just so you can have a look at them, because she put them in contact with me, and obviously they charge. They charge for what they do, but they came to me and they offered their services for free. Like, obviously not permanently free, but to give me that helping hand. So they're amazing people.
There you go. Okay, got it. Yeah.
If it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be out in the press like I am now. But I wasn't really fussed about the press. I just wanted to do music, and that's how Chris felt, and any other little bits that I've done, if people want to pick it up, because as I say, I'm not relevant anymore, and I'm absolutely cool with that. Family life to me is number one. Feeding my child, cleaning up cat fur balls, days out with the family, like husband, seeing my sister, and that is number one for me now. It really, really is. And anyone that,
but I feel like you're beyond answering questions like, tell me how you got started in music and all that bullshit, because that's coming. If you do that stuff, you get the you get the indie journalists, and then you'll get the uber Cradle of Filth fans and stuff that will just keep on lashing on the praises, and that can get wearing after a while too, I imagine. So going through that process, it's all about, as we both know as householders, energy. Have you got your energy to devote to these sorts of things? And I'd suggest the answer is no.
Writing interviews these days, oh God, I can't do them anymore. I find it really, really difficult, the written interviews. And obviously technology has changed, so I'd much rather do this. But if it's something that has to be written up into an article, like Carl from, I don't know if is it called Brave Words anymore? I know it used to be Brave Words and Bloody Knuckles, but now I think it's just Brave Words.
Yeah, that's what
He's a journalist, and he's always been by my side. And Dom Lawson, he does so much, but obviously he does Blabbermouth. He does one of the biggest newspapers in the UK. He is a very well-known journalist, Dom Lawson. And I've had them, luckily, always support me, always. And they're the two main journalists who have always been by my side and always wanted to help. And, but when it comes to, having the time to talk about the same question that I've answered over the last 20 odd years of how I got started, it does get draining. But then there's always a new audience, isn't there? There's always loads of people out there wanting to know these things and can't find that information. So are you going to ask me?
Well, what about
ask me?
What's that? Oh, yeah. Well, no, I'm just thinking the Guardian and outlets like that. Have you got connections there?
I can't remember what newspaper it is that Dom Lawson works for, but I don't. When you say connections, I don't know anybody that. If I did know someone, it's whether they're willing to help. And remember, people normally only want to help you if you're worth their time and a big enough
something
name.
in it for them. I get that. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's the
yeah,
norm.
yeah.
It's the norm all the way through. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous, but it is what
it
it
is.
is.
All about money, you know, and it's a shame. It's like I tried to get management with someone once who was a phenomenal manager, won't mention any names. And I never forget the email back. The person loved the music. This was Angtoria, I think, maybe. Angtoria, or maybe my solo stuff. And the person said, not to be crass, but how do I make my money from this? I never forget that. And that summed it up. Because that person has bills to pay, just like everybody else. You know, it is all about money, which is why sometimes I've learned that we have to make decisions sometimes that we're not happy making. And we don't always have a say in those decisions, especially when you've got a big management and a big record company and everyone wants their cut of the pie. Do you know what I mean?
These days, though, it's more about communities. So establishing a community, and you've certainly got the cachet to be able to do that. And you can self-release almost everything from books to music to – you've got platforms like YouTube these days. I certainly don't agree with their stance on censorship. It's bloody awful. But you do get paid, okay, from these things when you've got a bit of an audience. Now, I take it – so the question here is actually it's a statement wrapped in a question in a way. Are you trying to build a career? And therefore, if you're not, why don't you just do this for fun as your outlet? Why don't you just finally let music just be the thing that is your hobby in a way without all of the extra pressure of...
Well, it kind of is, hence the reason that, you know, Torn Between Two Worlds probably won't do any shows, which might be disappointing to people. I've been asked to do tours, as in like with other bands, and to me the money isn't important to me at all now. You know, me and my husband work, we struggle just like other people.
Yeah.
I mean, right now I don't even have enough money for a loaf of bread. I am not proud and I don't give a damn what people think about me. But there's a lot of people out there that think, Sarah Jezebel Deva, you must be living in this massive house and you have like 10 Audis and Teslas and you must be eating gold grapes. No, I'm human. Every person out there who does music has to pay their bills. Unless you're very lucky enough to live in your parents' basement, you know, with a box of Kleenex and some lube, and you get fed 3 meals a day.
There's a lot of them out there.
And you know, very, very happy, lovely, be lovely, right? But modern world, like now, when you become an adult, you know, obviously when you were a child, it was fun to be all evil and grim and, you know, own a demo tape from a band that was limited to 10 where you couldn't read anything, and it was all cool to boast about it back then. But then you grow up and you grow some balls, and I say women grow balls, I'm thinking, without being rude, we do have the biggest balls. We run so much. Don't get me wrong, you know, it takes two, but I run the home. I do, when it comes to my son, I deal with all the clubs, I do all the shopping, I deal with the cats, I deal with the MOTs, as in car maintenance. I do everything and I work, you know. But people have this illusion that when you're in the limelight, as it were, that you're rolling in it, that you're, and I'm not. As I just said, I don't even have enough money for bread tomorrow. It's fine because my husband gets paid tomorrow, but, you know, it's like I've got to go to work tonight. It's all that type of stuff, and people need to move away from this illusion that we're living in mansions. Even if you are living in a mansion, you've still got bills to pay and you've still got to find that money every damn month to keep that roof over your head. It doesn't matter who you are, right? Okay, there's bands out there that, you know, have got loads of money, you know, but then also it depends what chances people want to give me or the next musician, you know. And if press don't see anything in me, or they don't think I'm worthy of their time, then they're not gonna put me on their cover. They're not going to give me any exposure. And again, it all boils down to selling that article, selling that magazine, or it's all about money. It's all about money. And if they don't see cha-ching in you, they will not back you up. And that's why a lot of bands don't survive these days. You know, they don't survive.
Yeah.
It is all about money.
100%. I couldn't agree more with you on that point there. And I've made this point so many times on the podcast that these so-called metal mastheads out there, people, the regular fan, I understand they don't understand the environment in which we exist in when we do this. Okay, but the only time you get featured in on these websites, or even if there are physical print copies that are still around in these things here, is if someone's paying for advertising revenue. Okay, if the record label that you're on is paying advertising revenue, and you get the hits and clicks as a courtesy of that, okay? And it's not about the music anymore for the most part. It's for you and me. It is for you and me. Absolutely, it is, because I was talking about you. You've veered away. You've got a family, and that's the most important thing. But how many of these people have actually got families? So what I'm saying is, how well-rounded are they in their approach?
So the thing is, I mean, you know, if you're established and you do have children, then you've got some kind of support network to help look after those children, because you can't go on tour with your children. Well, you know, you can't go on tour with a baby. You can't go on tour with a 2-year-old, a 5-year-old. There's school, there's everything, you know. So if you've got a support network, then fantastic. Then there's nothing to hold you back. There is no hindrance. Therefore, record companies go, oh, well, okay, so there's no problems with you touring because you've sorted your children out, and let's go, you know. Can you imagine if there was a magazine, a massive magazine out there that went, let's take Rolling Stone. Sarah Jezebel Deva, well, she's done, oh my God, how many albums have I done? Loads. Over 50, 60 albums. Let's give her a chance. Let's take a chance on her and give her some exposure to help her along. Yeah, right. As if that's ever going to happen, because they have magazines to sell. They're a business, and they all have bills to pay as well. Yeah, I'm not. Don't get me wrong. I'm not bitter. I'm not angry. I'm past it all now. I'm grateful for who I have around me. I'm grateful for all the journalists who still give me the time of day. I am grateful for all the fans that still give me the time of day. I'm grateful for the friends that I had from touring and making music who aren't the type of people that, oh, she's not famous anymore, don't want to know, delete. I'm grateful for everything that I have and everything that people have done for me and still continue to do. I never take it for granted. So, yes, it is a hobby. That's the, working way back. It is a hobby, but music is in my blood, and it will always be in my blood, and I will always want to do it. And I'm not perfect. My voice is different. Okay, I damaged my voice a hell of a lot on tour, mostly in Cradle of Filth, and Dan knew how much I was struggling on stage a lot of the time. He knew, and towards the end, I'm very lucky, really, that I'm assuming it was Dan that started to put things in place for me where the sound wasn't shooting down my microphone. I don't think many people had my back. I think he did. And somewhere along the line, management also did, I think, as well. You know, but Adrian had some screens next to him, and I can't remember everything, all the whole setup, but I was so close to, obviously, guitar amps, backline, drums, that all the music would go down my microphone, and I was struggling so many shows for so many years, and the crew knew I was struggling. And a lot of the time the crew would go, look, what can we do? Anything that they put in place for me would cost money. I had an in-ear system. All the music that was shooting down my mic, obviously, shoots straight into my in-ear system. I struggled. There's some appalling performances out there of me singing, of trying to sing. Of course, I've been judged on that. Hey ho, stand in my shoes. I believe that Cradle now have hopefully a lot more money, where Zoe, for example, has the equipment, but then she's playing keyboards as well. So hopefully she's a little bit further away from the drum shooting into a mic. But yeah, it was really, really hard. I've been judged by it. Obviously, people record phone footage, which really, really annoys me because you can't pick up all the correct frequency levels. You know, it is completely different. But
I just be in the moment too. That's the other thing about bloody phones. Just be in the moment and enjoy it and take the memories.
Well, but the thing is, people upload stuff and then they judge you. And if there was ever a singer who'd suffered in an extreme metal band with 6 other people blasting away, it was me. But I don't think I can't go around explaining that to everybody, but I think whoever came up with the idea of putting those kind of perspex shields near me was brilliant. I don't know if it was Adrian. I believe it was Dan, because Dan would have the final say, and I respect that. And they tried. I fell out with crew over it. I'd come back off, after a show, and I thought, I can hear myself. I've done really, really well. And I'd have fans come up to me going, could barely hear you tonight. Do you understand? You've got no idea what a smack in the face that is. I'd then go up to our sound guy and go, why aren't people hearing me? Oh, but I could hear, blah, 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 blah. I'm mixing, blah, blah. I'm like, well, loads of people are saying they can't hear me. And I've just sung for well over an hour with all this noise going off in my ears, trying to make this show better and show people what I've got. I don't want to let the band down, but it didn't happen a lot, and it really, really screwed my voice. I lost a few notes that I haven't managed to gain back.
Having to overcompensate, I sing quite a bit too, and I know what you're saying. There's some nights, at the end of some nights, I can barely speak. Was that like that for you?
Oh, I used to get ill a lot on tour as well. We're on a tour bus. I used to hate the fact that curtains were closed on your bunk, which you have to for privacy reasons. There's not enough air coming through. Obviously, you open up the skylight and some people are getting cold, and the amount of germs. And Dan totally understood that. Dan was very, very clean. He was probably the only person on the bus that gave a damn about the bus. Paul Allender was pretty good occasionally, but Dan, whatever mess anybody made, he would clean up after everyone. He would, obviously being a singer as well, very conscious of his voice, and he knew, but
I might be asking a question that doesn't have any, you might not be able to answer necessarily, but why were they, your point there alludes to the people were being slobs on the bus. If you're all living communally, wouldn't you think people would clean up after themselves rather than let mum and dad do it, so to speak?
Yeah.
Doesn't happen, though?
I mean, using a tour bus toilet, flipping hell.
Oh, yuck, yeah.
How
did you cope with that?
Well, it got better as we got older. I'm not mentioning any names at all, but on the first tour that I did, we had a band member from a band in Sweden who was very, very, very drunk, very extremely who fell asleep hugging the tour bus toilet.
Oh, God.
I just, even to this day, I think about it and it makes me want to throw up.
Dry retch, yeah.
Pubic hair everywhere, piss. Oh, I tell you, I'm glad I'm not on a tour bus anymore. But Dan was fantastic at keeping things clean because he was very, very respectful of the environment we were in. Obviously, we all had our moments, and I will include all of us in that, where we had our kickoffs, our tantrums, our drinking sessions. We all made mess, but Dan would always be the one hoovering. What's that Queen video where Freddie is hoovering? Yeah, that's Dan. That's Dan on a tour bus.
Good on him. Well, his mother raised him right then if he's doing that stuff, mate. You know.
Yeah. No, he was good. He cared. But, you know, none of us were perfect. You know, none of us were. But, yeah.
Here's a question for you, harking back to maybe part one of our conversation, just with some of the things you mentioned there. If it's okay, I'll go back to that.
Yep.
Would you be up for a reunion with the 90s members?
No.
If the finances were in order?
No. I just don't think I would keep my mouth shut. You know, I told you, like, I found my voice, which is probably a contributing factor to me not being in Cradle. Apart from me leaving, I had already decided that I was going. I just got the email from management before it's really funny, I was sending the email.
You got it.
And then the email came
Yeah.
through. So it was my time. That was fate, okay? You know, I had a lot of love for people in that band, and it was all going so wrong. Relationships were just appalling. And I had a lot of love for Dan. I always classed him as a brother. And do you know what? Although it's gone bad, you know, we've done a few things together. Like I did that orchestral album and he helped me on This Is My Curse, the song that we did. But there is no relationship. And kind of makes me sad in a way, because we've got such a long history. You know, he picked, you know, I was 16 when he met me, 46 now. There's a lot of history, you know. But if you were to ask me, like, would I pick another era of a reunion, then yes. Having Charles there, Dave there, Adrian,
James.
Martin.
Yeah. Oh, Adrian. There you go.
Yeah. There's so... Do you know what? I miss that. But I don't know. Going back to the early...
Yeah, the cachet is with the 90s stuff, yeah.
Yeah. I think you know, if I was to go back to that early part... Okay, rephrase it this way. Would I go back and do that 1997 tour, the very first tour that I did for 6 weeks? If you put me, at my current mind, my age, in that tour, I would end up being arrested because I would not tolerate being spoken to or treated like that. And I would probably end up getting arrested because I just wouldn't have put up with it. I would not. I put up with it then, you know, and as hurtful and degrading as it was, I did it. I carried on because I was afraid of losing what I had. As I told you, I just wanted to sing. So I allowed myself to be treated like something that had been stepped in to get where I was and am, you know. But as I say, if you were to put me, 46 years old, back into that 1997 tour, people can laugh at me and ex-members can laugh at me. I probably would have picked up a pole and wrapped it around their heads. That's how I feel.
So given your state of mind about these events, what would help you resolve how you feel?
An apology. Just to own up and go, you know what? I spoke to you so badly and I treated you so badly. That would be nice. That would mean so much because admitting you're wrong, it's a very, very big thing to do. I've admitted I was wrong on many occasions, even if I didn't feel that it was all my fault. You know, if someone's offended by something that I've done and I don't agree with them, I can't say that it didn't happen because that's their feelings, you know. So I've obviously done something to upset them, and I will apologise, you know. I will apologise. Got no problem saying sorry at all. But some people do have problems saying, I'm sorry. I should never have treated you like I've done that. And it, you know, it's not going to happen though, is it? It's not going to happen.
So the healing could start if people listen to this and
Acknowledgement.
they reach out.
Acknowledgement. Yeah. Acknowledgement of what's been done. Because some of these people know full well what's come out of their mouth and how they've treated people. And just sorry goes a really, really long way. It really does. Because as I say, it's acknowledgement, you know. But it just won't ever happen. I've had apologies though. I have had apologies from people that have wronged me and gone, you know, very sorry, was young, didn't know what I was doing, didn't care about what come out of my mouth, you know, and they've apologised. Although the feeling's still there, I've moved on from that, you know. Obviously there was a few issues in Covenant, and one person turned up at a gig. I don't know if it was Therion or Cradle of Filth, and I was really surprised. And he said, I'm sorry how I treated you. And I thought, is this a joke? Like, are you filming, you're having a laugh? And he was like, no, you don't have to forgive me, but I'm sorry, you know? And it means a lot. It means a lot. And everything's fantastic now. I mean, don't really see them. I mean, I've talked to a few of them, but, you know, it's done because we were young. But you can't use being young as an excuse to continue to treat people badly, especially when you're an adult as well. And as I say, if you've got children, you know, because if they treated your children like that, you'd probably have their heads off.
Oh, that's come to mind many times throughout your conversation here. And I spoke to Jamie today, actually, and he told me some stuff. He shared some stuff that he remembered seeing. And
what, in Covenant?
Yeah, I think it was Covenant, but he certainly remembers a situation where a band member from another band, a separate band, stood next to you with a pig mask on. Does that ring a bell?
No, but go on. If he's got this memory, then it would have happened.
Yeah, he remembers it well, and he remembers having a verbal with the bloke afterwards. So Jamie strikes me as a stand-up guy. You know that. I mean, it's not just because he's Aussie. He's just.
Do you know? I know what band it is that he's talking about, and I can tell you that not long after that tour, the relationship between myself and that band was amazing. I think I got some apologies, and they came to some of my solo shows, and I'd seen them on the road, and I'm still in contact with one of them. I won't mention the band, but I can tell you that if it's the band, I know what band it is. They were taking the piss a lot.
Yeah, they struck me as that sort of band. Yeah.
Yeah, very much. But that's their mentality, you know.
Plus, I've spoken to one of the members lately, and he's a terrific fellow these days. God, whatever he's like back then, but these days he's really nice. Yeah.
Yeah, and the relationship was amazing, and I've got nothing but respect for those guys. But yeah, there was some really crappy treatment, and again, I'd like to think that doesn't happen these days, where men think that they can talk to women like a piece of meat and disrespect them publicly.
Is it enough to say that because it's a different era, that it was okay? Now, believe me, I'm as far from a fucking lefty as you can get. You know, meaning I can't stand this woke culture that we've got at the moment, but I've always been respectful toward women. But like what Greg said a couple of years ago to me, he goes, let's not forget that we weren't children, we were adults. Okay, so without looking at it through the lens of 2023 and the political environment, and was it even extreme back then? Because it sounds like it.
I said to you that the scene has now exploded with women. I think it's a lot more equal now. Okay? I don't think people can get away with how they treated women back then. Whenever I was around certain people, I was never put down. I mean, I was thinner then. I was never put down for my image or weight ever, which was quite surprising for a band that had this big image. I was never, ever put down for that. It was the other comments like slut, whore, slag.
Just being a chick,
cunt,
just being a woman in the band.
Yeah, all of it, yeah. Just all those. Or, get your fuck, yeah, just the comments about body in a sexual way, Greg was never like that, ever. But Greg, I know, saw what was going on, but he still wasn't, we still weren't close, There's so many people that would never have spoken to me like that. I think Dan might have called me a bitch once on that tour. He'd had a little drinking session and he'd lost a ring, and I'll never forget it. And he left the ring downstairs on the bus, and it had gone the next morning. No one could see it. And tour bus drivers clean up after musicians on a very regular basis. And his ring went missing, and he went ape. And because I was the last person that saw it, he really had a go. He was kicking off. And that's probably one of the very few times that Dan had ever lost his temper with me. And I think the only thing he called me was a bitch. I'm not, if you look back on it now, he might not even remember, but I'm not offended by that. The things I've called him, the things we've all called each other. But
I suppose being called a bitch sounds like it's on the lighter side of what you were dealing with. So.
Oh, no, he wasn't very happy. I mean, I wouldn't have been happy if I'd have lost something that was dear to me, But he was drinking, so he should have put it in his special pocket. But, I'm not bitter about that, Felt kind of the environment on the bus. I remember some of the arguments. Some of the really bad arguments between band members, which I don't know if they've told you, and obviously I won't say anything because if they've not told you, then it's best left in the past. But some of them were very violent and very scary to watch. Yeah, very scary for me to watch. Young girl, never been on tour, on a bus with loads of men, and one of them looks like they're going to kill somebody. And I was really scared, not only for myself, but the person who was being attacked. And it was, it shook me up a hell of a lot. The stuff that I saw, we're adults, Maybe some of us just haven't grown up that much at that point that we think it's all right to treat people like that. But we were still adults, and it was horrible. It was horrible. So I don't know if I've answered your question, actually. I think I've just rambled. Apologies.
No, you're fine. You're fine. It just doesn't sound like there were boundaries. Okay, there's a social contract between people, and social contracts, for example, mean that you don't abuse somebody without good reason. Put it that way. And at that point, it's probably not abuse. It's probably justified. It's just, what do they call it? Feedback, or not feedback, but whatever it is. But it's the picture that I'm forming after the conversation with so many of you was that it was an extremely dysfunctional environment, and there were no guardrails. And when you were fodder, and it sounds like you all individually were fodder at some point in time, nobody escaped it. It was just a pile-on. But with you being the sole female in the group, okay, there is no social contract. You could wake up one day and people are either going to be nice to you or they're going to be absolute pricks to you. You don't have a choice in that. But because you're in the music industry and you know how hard graft it is to make a career out of the music industry, you each individually just put up with it. Because once that Lord of the Flies style dynamic took hold, and with Faye not playing an active role in the culture of the band, am I right in saying? So I'll ask you that question. So Faye didn't police anything.
I don't think that Faye... I think Faye knew little things that were going on, but
because money was coming in, she didn't care, or is that too harsh a take?
No, I don't think she knew to what extent. For example, Faye didn't know that every morning I'd wake up on that bus, people would get out of their bunks and walk past me and ignore me. She didn't know that. Not all of them, but it was, I used to get out of my bunk, and if someone else was getting out of their bunk, you'd be like, move out the fucking way then. Right. That's how I was greeted. She didn't know that. So if I'd have said to Faye, look, this is what's happening, what is she going to say? I think the woman's hands are tied. She isn't going to then jump on the phone and go, right, could you please speak to Sarah nicely? God, I remember, this is really personal, time I was on my period. Fucking hell, the way I was treated for that, and I remember who it was as well, I can't then turn to Faye, right, well, sorry, I'm on my cycle and I'm being treated really, really badly. Could you have a word with the guys? They'll tell her to fuck off. Well, I'm fucking talking to her. I'll talk to her how I like. It's...
Didn't these blokes have girlfriends, though? Or had they yet to have full-on relationships, or at least sisters, this sort of thing? Did they not?
Probably. I told you, everyone's got... Most of these people have mums, they have sisters, they have daughters, they have cousins, I told you, one face for one, a different face for somebody else.
Yeah.
I know Dan saw what was going on, and I believe that he did not have the power to stop that. And there was one time, I don't think he will remember this, but there was one time, it was the anniversary of something that had happened in my life, and it was, I don't know why we celebrate anniversaries of death, and I don't know, I suppose it's a respect thing, but it was the 1 year anniversary of something, and Dan knew how upset I was, and he sat in the front of the bus with his arm around me, stroking my neck, and he had that bloody ring on. He had a claw ring on.
Yeah.
And I was thinking, oh, this is really nice. I was thinking, I'm really upset, this compassion, but this fucking ring is digging into my neck and I want you to piss off, but I need you here. But he sat with me for about 2 hours when not many others gave a shit. It's funny, I've spent many years thinking about some of the shit things he's done, and I've pulled it apart, and I think a lot of it really was out of his hands. And then I don't give him credit for the things he has done. Some of the key moments he was there for me. But we're so, all of us, everyone, we always cling to the negative, don't we? We always cling to the negative.
Do you find that certain situations now, or triggers, do they make, if you feel as though you have emotional trauma, do they feel as though it's more, like, do things that happen now make it more, they act as triggers and it's difficult to cope when those things come up?
No, I just don't trust people that much, keep people at arm's length. I don't let people talk to me like crap. And if ever I was a motor mouth then, boy, I am now. Because, number one, I teach my son, male or female, to stand up for yourself, and you never let people put you down. You do not let people bully you, and you do not bully other people. That you treat everything, animals, trees, flowers, humans, everything with respect. my voice is bigger than ever. Okay, because I just can't tolerate the crap anymore. I find it very, very difficult turning a blind eye to the wrong things that we're faced with every day. I find it very, very difficult. I think now's the time I probably need a zip on my mouth. But back then, when all I was doing was defending myself, I got called motor mouth. What, for standing up for myself? Yeah, it's amazing.
How do you go when someone cuts you off in traffic?
I've raised the odd finger occasionally, but my husband's bad. Yeah, he'll try and climb out the window just to call him a wanker. But I'm not. I try to think, well, everyone has a reason for doing stuff. Sometimes it's ill thought out, but I had a woman virtually up my butt the other day, and it was really annoying my husband. And I was like, maybe she's in a hurry to get to the hospital. Yin and yang, isn't it? All right, if you're in the hurry to get to the hospital, you still need to slow down a little bit just in case I slam my brakes on. Because if a squirrel jumps out in front of my car, I am putting the brakes on to save that squirrel. You can shoot up my butt and then I'll get a payout. I shouldn't probably be saying this. But yeah, no, everyone's got a reason, I think, for their actions. And just some of the actions are very ill thought out,
Yeah.
Don't worry, I'm not driving around Australia.
Well, yeah, I know you don't want to talk about it, but you've lived here. I will ask you one question. What city did you live in?
Melbourne.
Okay,
I was in Melbourne.
Enough. Yeah. How long was it for?
Not long. It kind of went a bit tits up. I was in Essendon. So it kind of went sour very, very fast. But I met my bridesmaid there. A girl called Loz. She owns a tattoo shop, well, part owns a tattoo shop with someone, and she's phenomenal. And her partner, Dan, is in a band, Cemetery Urn, if you've heard of them.
Shout out to them. Yeah, no, I haven't, but that's Melbourne's full of bands, yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
And they came over, like Loz lived with me because I met her in Melbourne, and she lived with me for 4 months prior to the wedding, and then she was my bridesmaid, and then Dan came over, and Dan was here for about a week, and it was lovely. So the best memories I have from Melbourne actually are those two. So,
What could have been? Yeah, sliding doors moment in a way, I suppose.
Yeah, what could have been. I mean, could have been living next door to Rolf Harris. Actually, I shouldn't say that, should I?
He's over there, isn't he? Yeah, that bastard.
Oh, is he over here? I forgot where he was.
Well, I mean, he's born here, but he certainly spent most of his life in the UK, the sick piece of shit.
Okay, blame the British. I see what you're doing.
No, he was an Order of Australia medal winner, and he painted the Queen and all sorts of stuff. But honestly, it's like the Weinstein or the what's that guy with the funny hair who. What was that guy? The morning show guy used to do the kids shows and stuff in the UK, and he was really famous. The older guy, really, he's worse, the worst of the worst. What's his name?
Jim will fix it.
Jim will fix it. That guy. Yeah. What's his name? Yeah. I really hope they lift the lid off that stuff. Mate,
can't think of it at the moment. Yeah, but it's funny because these are all people that we grew up with on TV. Next we're going to find out that Bart Simpson has been up to no good.
Mate, Stranger Things. Stranger Things by far, So, Jimmy Savile, that's right, the sick.
That's it.
Oh, man, there's a few things that get on my few things that I rally against more than that stuff, mate. It is absolutely just the pits, and this. God, here's a segue. Not that I'm saying that she has been by any means, but what do you make of Britney Spears these days?
Well, I'm not really into pop of this era, but she's got some good songs, and she's
But have you seen the
suffered.
way she's acting? Yeah, exactly. Have you seen what she's doing lately?
You know,
I mean, just the videos and shit, they're just out there.
but she's human. She's human. You know, the public have a perception of how we should act and how we should be, right? But then it's all right for them to fall into bushes and smash things up and run around the street naked on a Saturday night out. Why can't she do that? Why can't anyone in the public eye just be human, allowed to be human? It's like the royal family, all right? If you take Meghan and what's his name, Harry, I don't blame them for what they've done. I don't blame them. I really, really don't. And why are people going, oh, the royal family, they've been slagged off and they couldn't have done this and they couldn't have done that? Why couldn't they have? We're all human. We all fuck up. We all make mistakes. We all do things. You know what I mean? You know, we're all human. So
unless you're Prince Andrew, you know.
Well, but then, you know, whatever he's been up to, that's his price to pay. If he has been up to it, Kevin Spacey's just been cleared. You know, you know this whole thing of innocent until proven guilty. That does not exist.
Well, it's a court of public opinion, on that point there. And if but there's you know, with Prince Andrew was a patron saint of a patron of my university. So we'd see.
Really?
I wouldn't see him there, but you see his cavalcade there. Yeah, you see his cars there. His huge bulletproof Range Rovers and stuff with the police escort there.
Did he pay them off, or has he been cleared?
No, I think colloquially we could say pay them off, but there was a settlement, no doubt. Yeah, he paid off the woman who lives up in Cairns these days, the Guffray. I can't remember her first name, but the one, the blonde girl in all of the photos, that one photo that circulated far and wide. He certainly, he did that. So, and he's only
he will know. Only he will know what happened, and whether he's innocent or not. If he's innocent, he's still doomed, isn't he? Because he'll still be guilty in the public eye. So, just all these people that they get brought before our TVs, and we sit there and we judge people, and we have no idea what their life is like behind closed doors. Brittany, whatever she's gone through, whatever right or wrong she's done, she's got every reason to want to express herself how she sees fit, you know. Whatever's going on with her, good luck to her. Just like anybody, it's very easy to judge, isn't it? It's very easy.
It is, yeah. I certainly understand your perspective. It was more that she just doesn't look well, and we're human, so we actually pick up on these signals from people, and she doesn't look like she's leading her best life at the moment. She looks like she's way off track again, and God
maybe
bless her.
Maybe she's just letting go. But then she'll have a support network, won't she?
Well, the reason I segued is because I would never, and I'm sure you're in the same boat given what you've experienced, but there's no way I'd let my daughters go into show business. God. No way. It'd be the last thing. My daughters are right into K-pop and J-pop, and we want to do this, we want to do that, because there's dance classes around these days for that stuff, and we want to do our own video, and it's like, well, do it for you, do it for fun, don't try to get famous from it. Of course, the chances of that happening are about 1 billion to 1, but the point is that it's an aspiration with a lot of kids, isn't it? They want to sort of move into these spaces and do that. And I think I broke my eldest daughter's heart the other day, according to my wife, because I point blank said, no, there's just no way off, because of the amount of conversations I've had, and this is a good one for that reason. That's why. Okay.
But it isn't. So if I had a voice when I was 16, 17, 18, none of that probably would have happened. But then again, I might not have the back
you don't know
that I've got.
Yeah, because there wasn't a social contract there. You were just leading your best life and hoping for the best, and I'm sure they were too. But that's why I asked you. Remember, I asked you up top, and you emphatically said no. I said when I went through my boarding school, bullying was so rife. I didn't know it existed so badly in the place until well after I'd left, and I recognised that there were all of these norms, cultural norms that were in there, that are just wrong. But that was my point. Well, like, do these blokes just think these cultural norms exist, and well, that's what we do in this place, and there seems to be degrees of awareness, okay, in the conversations I've had, especially with the members that I think you're alluding to. I think there's degrees of awareness around what happened back then, but also too, putting it down to the folly of youth. To Greg's point, just to bring him up again around it all, he was certainly aware, as I say, and just to round out the point that we make about our own children, and I think, and subjecting them to that, I think it would be probably a bridge too far. I think for me personally,
I know me and Greg had loads of conversations, but I can't remember what they were about. And as I said, Greg never played a part in any of it. He was just very, very quiet, and I would have loved someone to have been there for me, like really properly had my back. And people did have my back. There was occasions where they found a voice and they did have my back, but it was very few and far between. I think I still say, and there's going to be loads of people that disagree with me, if my son wanted to become a musician, I would support that the best I can, because how our children turn out, as we know, is down to us. Parent programming, and parent programming from a very, very early age, and from the age of probably 6, maybe, where we could understand good and bad. I will continue to raise my son to be respectful in every possible way, but to not take any crap from people. That if a situation's wrong, you get out. Now, if I had a daughter, I think I wouldn't be saying, I'd still be saying everything that I say, but I do think I wouldn't want her to do music, at least until she was old enough to understand what really goes on. But then things are different. I would really like to think that things are very, very different now. That everyone's hot on everything. You can't whistle at women anymore. Workmen can't whistle at women. And good, might be like a little bit of fun to them when they're standing at the top of the scaffolding, 10 of them going, all right, love her, and she's on her own. Very humiliating. It's very embarrassing, right? But I think that if I had a daughter, I think I would support still, but I would wait until she was older. If my son wanted to go out on the road and start doing stuff at the age of 18, I would be more inclined to support that than an 18-year-old girl. I don't know if it makes sense. I just think I'd have to have a child where they would tolerate zero crap. Does this make sense?
It makes complete sense, but because
it depends what child you've got. It just depends on the maturity level of that child, the understanding. I didn't have that family network that my son's got. My son has mum, dad.
Yeah.
We have rules. We are there for him at any point. I never had that. I left home when I was 9. I didn't have any kind of support from the early age. I did have people there pushing me along, but I never had that family. And I was basically on my own. I never had
from age of 9.
Yeah. Well, from the age of when I was born, there was no one there. Well, there was someone there, but they weren't there.
Yeah.
Difficult to explain.
No, they're all complicated, these situations, but you didn't get the emotional support that children deserve and need to have.
Yeah. When I started touring, I'd be afraid to walk into the catering area because people would be looking at me. Well, I think they'd be looking at me and judging me. Now, I'll walk into your catering area and I will stand on the table and go, hi, everyone, because I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. Many years of experience have knocked that out of me. I'm not afraid. I will say what I like. I'll never, ever, ever intend to offend or upset. But I'm not afraid. And that's how I'm teaching my son to be. But then I'm hoping that, let's say I did have a daughter, if a woman, my daughter walked into an area and was like, "Hi everyone," would she be classed as gobby and mouthy? You know, obviously there still is a bit of sexism, but I don't think it's as bad as what it was. I just don't think people can get away with it anymore. No, and there's too many women on the scene now. There is too many women on the scene. They just wouldn't tolerate it.
Well, there's way more women that go to gigs these days too. I reckon there would have been 3 or 4 women in the crowd when I watched you perform at Selena's in 1997. Well, you know, like, I'm sure that's the point. I reckon one of the safest places for a woman is at a metal gig these days, and I'm not saying that ironically at all. I've literally seen women walk through crowds and blokes just part like, you know, piranha going through a sea of lesser fish, if you like. And that's just because blokes are terrified these days of what can be said about them.
You've reminded me of something that Stuart said to me once. Women shouldn't headbang. I never forget that. It just reminded me, women shouldn't headbang. I was like, why? Because they shouldn't. Like, women can do what they want. You know?
Yeah. Well, it has changed a lot, and it's changed a lot for the better. There's a lot about the social environment which is very positive, I've got to say, these days, compared to when we were growing up and coming through. Yeah, it was there were nights, even forget about it was not a male or a female thing. If you went out even to a gig afterwards and you had long hair, someone would try to go you as a bloke. I can tell you that as a matter of fact, walking around parts of Sydney, you had to be very, very careful. I would even go so far as saying in parts of Sydney you were taking your life into your own hands. Okay, you did not do it. Parts of Sydney, regardless of what the fucking media want to go on about it, are extremely violent, and some of the venues are there. Some of them were there back in those days, and people listening who were around back then will know what I'm talking about. But that's not just Sydney. That'd be other places around the world as well. So thankfully these days you can be the shy young fella in a Cradle of Filth T-shirt or whatever the equivalent band is in 2023 for a young 18 or 19-year-old and have a few beverages and go and catch your Uber or your taxi and not be screwed with. Well, that's certainly what I see. And especially now, it's really heartening to see a lot of young ladies turning up to the gigs in their gothic best. You know, so I do think it has shifted for the best. You know, it's where women are. So as I say, I'm only talking about my experience and my observations of things these days. There are so many women in the bands these days. There are women that are members of the crew. They're certainly in the agencies as well. That it's not even it's not unusual at all. I mean, look at Nightwish. Look at all these bands. Some of the biggest bands in the world are female.
Isn't it funny though that we have that conversation though? That conversation's still being had. Yes, there's even women in the crew. There's even women in the agency. Ooh.
But because of our context, so I'm only mentioning it because of where we've come from.
But that's, it's like, that's strange, isn't it? A woman. Almost like, obviously, I'm not like saying anything about what you just said, but there are people out there. A woman away from the kitchen sink, thinking on her own and having a career. Well, I never. You know, there are still people out there that have that view. There are still people in the audience that have that view. Going back to what I just said about women shouldn't headbang. There are still people out there that have that view, but I'd like to think that's the minority now.
Extreme minority, the absolute extreme minority. It would have to be, and I just can't imagine. I mean, of course, I look at all my comments that I see on YouTube and stuff. But the only issue is, say, YouTube is very male oriented anyway, but something like 95% of my audience on YouTube is male. Okay, but that's not necessarily because of the genre. That's because YouTube skews that way. Very different with Instagram, and you won't get that sort of analytics with Instagram if you've ever dived into it. Yeah, it's very, very interesting to see that. But look, these days you can fly your freak flag as high as you want, and even in a town like Brisbane, which used to be very rough back in the day, you can walk around at any time of the day or night. And generally speaking, I say about places like Sydney and Brisbane, I don't think it's like that in London. I think London's a bit different. But Sydney and Brisbane, trouble ain't going to find you. But if you go looking for trouble, yeah, you got it. Okay, it's not hard to get into trouble. But I think London being a serious one of the 3 or 4 key global cities, I think it could be a bit different there.
I haven't been to London in a very, very long time. I went to Legoland recently with my son and a neighbour and her son. That's the closest I've been to London in over 4 years. Oh, actually, no, I did pop back a few years ago to see some friends and family. But I'm not in London anymore. I'm like southwest. But things have changed so much that, well, even before I left London, years ago, when I was like 16, 15, I could walk down the street and not feel worried by anything. But then about 10 years later, I wouldn't drive anywhere without my car doors being locked. Generally, I think that metal gigs are some of the safest gigs, but it always takes one, doesn't it? So, but I generally think I would go to so many shows and come back on my own. But things have changed a hell of a lot. There's more people taking chances on what they can do to people now. Yesterday there was a girl stabbed in London, 15-year-old, and the story goes that it's because she wouldn't accept flowers from somebody. Yeah. And she was stabbed to death, and it's brutal. And we all think about our children. All right, my son's only 8, but one day he is going to be 15 years old, It scares the crap out of me. I think any parent would be afraid of. You've got control over your child for only so long, haven't you? And then they start want to do stuff on their own, and then suddenly you don't have any control, any say on what they do. And at some point, my son is going to want to go out, walking around town late at night having a drink, and nothing I can do about it. Well, I've got a taser. Can always taser him, But,
no, I'm with you. I get worried about that too. It's just kids these days aren't growing up streetwise like we do. See, we are streetwise from, as I said, walking around areas with long hair. You learn to put your head down, do not make eye contact, and go as quickly as you can without running. Because as soon as you run, you're gone. You're a goner basically in those days. It's this I'm talking.
Well, that's why I put my son into Taekwondo. And he wants to do boxing lessons, which I'm not overly keen on boxing lessons because of the face contact. I'd rather something a bit more lethal, if I'm honest. Like, just even going down kickboxing or anything. But I've always taught him, even though he's almost 9, that just because you know martial arts, it does not make you invincible. Martial arts is also about knowing your surroundings, being aware of your surroundings, not taking your surroundings for granted, And until he's at that point, I mean, he doesn't play out on the streets. I was playing out on the streets from the age of 4, unattended, on my own, while my mum was inside smoking and not giving a damn, My brothers were both in boarding school. My son does not have that upbringing. He never will. And even children walking down the street with headphones on, playing on their phone, you're a target straight away. But anyway.
Yeah.
Children, huh?
Yeah, children. Well, look, we're conscientious parents. That's what we are. You and your husband and me and my wife, we're conscientious parents, and we care. We care deeply. And that's the key point. And in that way, we are leaving the world in a better place. This is a great summary on the impact of having children, because what we learn, we can impart that knowledge in the right kind of way. Also, too, allowing our kids to lead life on their own timelines without us saying, "Oh, don't do that. Oh, I've already done that. Don't you do that?" That sort of thing. I mean, if my daughter wants to get into the music industry, of course I'm going to support her with it, but I'm also going to be there for the journey too, as you no doubt would be for your son too. We say these things, but we're not going to stand in their way because we want them to be happy.
But going back to that, I would be more supportive of a male than a female right now, which just how it is. So I get it. I get that you don't want that to happen. You just have to see what kind of child she grows into, She might by the time she's like 18, she might be one of those women who she's aware of everything, and full well she won't tolerate any kind of demeaning behaviour, or, just see how they turn out.
I feel like as though we've covered a heap of ground here, okay? And I feel like as though it's the right time to end it. And the reason I say that is because I want to leave some questions out there still, because I've still got a couple more. But I think it's wise to do that because I want to see what people's reaction is to this. Do you agree?
Oh, I reckon I probably sent people to sleep hours ago. I mean, just looking at the time, we started at 9:30. That's an hour and a half. And I think yesterday we might have done about 2 hours.
About 2.5 yesterday, yeah. What you'll find is with my show, it's an invested audience. They have been asking for this for years, okay? Can you hear me still, or has it gone offline?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. Sorry, yeah,
I don't understand it though. I personally, when you say stuff like this, when people say stuff like this to me, it makes me cringe. I think, but I'm just me. I'm not important. But I know that means
you are important. To a lot of people, you're important.
And it's not because I want people to go, oh, look at the little old lady. She doesn't feel important anymore. But no, I just, it's not meant like that. I'm not important. I'm important in my home, in my household, when it comes to washing my husband's underpants and getting my child to school. I don't feel significant, and again, that doesn't matter to me. But when people go, oh, you're this, you're that, you're amazing, you've done, I just think, oh my God, it's kind of a bit scary for me. I don't know why. Kind of shy away from it.
Well, time to embrace it, I reckon. We'll see what this one does, but my instinct, my very strong instinct, tells me that you are giving people what they have wanted for years.
Well, let's just thank you for listening and giving me the time of day. And please check out Torn Between Two Worlds. It's not extreme, but hopefully you like it. And stop putting people on pedestals. I've always said that. We're all human. Some of us aren't worth praising. And yeah, that's it. Thank you for wanting to interview me and talk to me. And obviously I don't intend to ruffle any feathers, but I likely will, because as I said, people don't like honesty. But yeah, just thank you for giving me the chance, really. It's been fun. It's been enlightening as well. Made me think a lot.
It's been an honour, a privilege, and most importantly, a blessing that you've given me your time. I appreciate it. There's a ton of people out there that are going to appreciate it.
Andrew for president. Oh, sorry. Yeah, go on.
Prime Minister, hopefully, there you
go. Hopefully they do.
They will.
Well, there you have it. What a fantastic lady, Sarah Jezebel Deva, ladies and gentlemen. There's bugger all I can add after that except to say, wow. There you go. All right, go across to scarsandguitars.com if you're interested in more conversations with the members of Cradle of Filth. I've actually got a dedicated link in the menu, Cradle of Filth Conversations. Probably should change it to the Chronicles of Filth, but I wanted to make it a bit more obvious. The Chronicles of Filth is a bit more of an insider thing, isn't it? But all the chats with most of the key players in the 1990s, if Robin and Les listen to this and they get up to this point, I'd love to hear from you. Same with you, John or Gian. If ever you want to come on, mate, people want to hear from you. They really do. All right, that's it from me. Here's a bit of a blurb about my book. If you want to support me, that's the way to do it. Buy my book. Hit me up because I want to thank you personally. If you do, there are links There is a link on the front page of the website. There you go. You'll be taken straight to a marketplace of your choice. All right, that's it from me. My name's Andrew Mackay-Smith and I'm the host of the Scars and Guitars podcast series. Until next time, it's a goodbye for now.
This is Eric Rattan of Cannibal Corpse. You are listening to the Scars and Guitars podcast with Andrew Mackay-Smith.
I've been the host of the Scars and Guitars podcast since 2017. The first musician I interviewed for the show was David Vincent from Morbid Angel, and things have just snowballed from there. In all, I've posted almost 650 podcast episodes featuring conversations with many of the leading lights of rock, heavy metal, and beyond. It just got to a point where I thought, I need to write a book about all this, so that's exactly what I did. In Scars and Guitars Volume 1, you'll read a heap of deep reveals and commentary, such as Des Fafara talking about Coal Chamber and why the band will never return.
You know, if you're a band just starting out, you need to hear me. Do not start a band with partners. Ever.
Yeah, wise words there. Sage advice, mate, for anybody.
Don't ever, because I can't go do Coal Chamber right now unless I get others involved.
Phil Anselmo talks about the episode in his career which gives him the greatest sense of accomplishment.
I think the staying power of the fans and the staying power of the songs, you know, whether it's Pantera, Down, or Superjoint, the fans remember the songs.
Alex Skolnick from Testament confirms that, yes, playing the guitar in Ozzy's band is anything but an ordinary gig. Will Silent Oz from Dimmu Borgir write a book? Pa from Sabaton gives advice to people who want to start a band.
Look at the team around you, look at the bandmates. If the guys want to be on the stage, then it's all cool. If the guys want to be backstage, then it's not going to be cool.
Current and former members of Cradle of Filth discuss the band's seminal 90s material. Read about the reaction to George Lynch and Mark from Suicide Silence's comments when they throw shade at then President Donald Trump.
We have this idiotic monster, you know, this egotistical, self-aggrandizing, complete piece of shit in there. I just can't understand how we've gotten to this place.
And yeah, we kicked a hornet's nest with Sepultura. Percussive overlord Gene Hoglan talks about recording with Chuck Schuldiner.
Chuck was always, he was very open-minded, and he was into having his musicians that were playing with him just reach out for the best stuff that they had.
Phil Campbell from Motorhead discusses what it takes to get sober. John Five answers his critics who dismiss his tenure with Marilyn Manson.
You know, my name is John Five, and Manson gave me that name, and I had some of the best years of my life in that band and learned a lot.
And we get the lowdown on Treyarch Zagtoth from those who would know, including his mother. All across Scars and Guitars Volume 1, there are moments of tension, relief, tragedy, exhilaration, and throughout it all, you'll obtain insight that I believe no one else has managed to obtain from many of your favourite artists. So treat yourself. Scars and Guitars Volume 1 is currently available as an ebook with a print edition on the horizon. Follow the links attached and download a sample. I'm sure you'll be compelled to read the whole book.